Oh, okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call the city council meeting to order for April 30th, 2024. Madam Clerk, roll call and posting of the agenda.
Councilmember Pasua.
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Here.
Councilmember Perillo.
He's 5 minutes
Councilmember Turan.
Here.
Councilmember, we have two council members that are currently out. Councilmember Perillo and Councilmember Valenzuela. Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you.
The agenda, posting of the agenda. The agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on April 8th, 2024.
Thank you so much. And our next item is item B. This is an appointment item. Subjects update of the activities of Regional Defense Partnership, RDP 21. And it's really an honor for me to introduce Gene Fisher. He's a co-chair of RDP 21. And RDP 21 has done a tremendous amount of work for the community. We have many times I've had the opportunity, Mayor Pro Tem too, and also Councilwoman Basua, attend meetings going over to DC to lobby our policymakers to bring work to Ventura County, to the military bases. And I understand, I'm not know how many employees we have, but you're going to share that with us, and the amount of money that comes to Oxnard. Gene, welcome, and again, it's been an honor to work with you too for many years too as co-chair of our DP 21.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for inviting me.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, city manager and staff, and just thanks again for all your support over the years. That Oxnard was one of the founding members of this group and has been a member ever since and supported us really well, and we appreciate that. Oops, okay. I feel like in some cases I'm preaching to the choir because John has been on many trips, and Brian has been on, and Gabby just attended one of our lobbying trips, and I think you were quite saw the success that we had in getting into the various offices.
But I think, Gene, it's important because we have a lot of individuals that'd like to hear from you and all the good things you've done for our city and the county.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me remind you, and I'm going to act like you know very little about RDP, if that's okay, and just kind of start at the beginning.
Thank you.
So we were, many of you probably remember the Base Realignment and Closure Acts that took place, short for BRAC, and one of the very first ones, Point Mugu, was on that list. And it shocked everybody because nobody expected, we just felt this would be here forever. And we had nobody, the county didn't have anybody that tried to support the base or help the base or do what the base can't do, and that's lobby, because they can't lobby for themselves. So it was a real wake-up call. And out of that, when the site, and then another BRAC occurred actually to put the base on the list. But out of that came a group of leaders from the city of Oxnard, Ventura County, and several of the other cities, Thousand Oaks, Ventura, Port Hueneme, that said, hey, don't let this happen again. Let's keep a group in place that can build the base back up. What had happened at that point, the base had a lot of empty buildings on it. Nobody was out fighting for new programs or to bring things here. And they, again, I must emphasize, they cannot lobby for themselves unless you have an organization that can help in that area, which is what RDP is set up to do. You really have a difficult time with the competition for programs and stuff. So at that point, it was decided we had to build that base back to where it couldn't be bracked. And I was, at the time all of that was happening, I was director of engineering for one of the Navy labs. And I retired shortly after that, and someone twisted my arm, and several of the leaders
How many years ago?
and I don't know how to get out of this job now. I need to find a replacement. I've been doing it a long time. But I had such a great career with the government that I felt like I should give back. And I felt like the community, I should give back to the community. So that's why I'm still doing this. So our history comes out of BRAC. We formed the organization called Regional Defense Partnership to make sure that we could put in place and do the things that hadn't been done in the past to secure this base would not be on another list. So our membership, as you can say, we have our sponsorship is the County of Ventura and 6 of the cities, and hopefully we're going to have a 7th city coming on. I was just with Moore Park recently, and I think they may join again. So then we'll have 7 of the cities where most all of the people that work at the base live, and that will be good. But the 6 cities have supported us for all that period of time. And you can see from, I'm not going to read all of these to you, you don't want me to, but that's our membership. We have members from the general public that come to all of our meetings and support us. And right now we have something like 235 people. We have one general meeting a month, and on an average, you'll have 50, 60 people attend that meeting. That's just some of the partnerships we have with all the basic communities. Now, as an example of what RDP set out to do was to build back the base commands. Now, some of you may not understand exactly how the base works. When we say Naval Base Ventura County, which got combined, we've got 2 locations. We got the CB base and we got Point McCoo. But you may not realize that that's just a landlord. When we say Naval Base Ventura County, we're talking about there's the landlord that runs and provides utilities, provides building space, etc. It's the commands, though, that bring in the work and bring in the jobs that have all the professional jobs that are. And those commands can go anywhere. They don't have to be at Naval Base Ventura County. If they choose to move, they could move. If they choose to locate originally at some place, they can. So one of the first things I set out to do, because I had a lot of knowledge in it, and I knew which programs were coming, I knew which commands would be created, and I knew exactly where the future was. So one of the first things I set out to do was bring more commands here. And I wanted to bring the cutting edge commands like directed energy, unmanned aircraft, etc. So if you look back, and I'm just going to go back a few years that we've been doing this, but just since around 2015, I think it was around 2015, we'd gotten up to 70 commands. Since then, we've gone out, and now you see we've got almost 100 commands. In fact, we may be at 101. I try to keep count. But those would not have happened if it wasn't for RDP out convincing, lobbying for those programs to come here. In fact, we set a goal to get the directed energy. We set a goal to get all the unmanned work. And I'll talk more about that.
You know, Gene, the directed energy is a real big one that you, the directed energy, I think, is a real big project that was brought to Magoo.
Lasers, that's the future.
The laser, yes.
And not only did we get the only lab that the Navy has built, and we were the ones that got that military construction money for that and got it here. We also got facilities out on San Nick that support directed energy. And I'm probably getting a little ahead of myself, but it's important stuff that's been happening. So we're as it says there, we're a 501c4 organization. Our financial support comes from these 6 cities in the county, and we're primarily a voluntary organization. In fact, until just a year and a half ago, I was totally volunteer, but we needed to start transitioning because I got to find someone to take my job, and it's not going to be hard. So what the board considers we at least ought to give a token salary for the leader. The main other position is our lobbyist that we pay for annually, and we got admin support that we do have that we pay for. We have no membership dues and no commercial sponsors. And I know a lot of people wonder, well, why don't you go get the companies involved? Well, it would be a conflict of interest, because what we're trying to do is build up the base, bring the programs to the base. And if we got the law key, I'm not meaning they're bad, the commercial, but they've got they want the programs to come directly to them. And we've got to keep concentrating on building up the base and supporting the base. So we just said, let's don't have conflict of interest. If the community wants this base here, let's let the community support and work for the base and have no other allegiance. So our goal and our lobbyist is totally concentrating on making sure that the military and the defense structure, that they have a lobbyist and that we can build it up. And you'll see how much, as we go on to this, how successful that has been. Just some general information. We have general meetings monthly, as I've spoken to before. Most of the detailed work about what are the issues, what programs we should be going for, et cetera, takes place in our strategic committee, and that's all volunteer people. And most of those are senior people, senior engineers that have retired from the base, et cetera, that have a lot of knowledge in what we need to be doing and the direction we need to be going, and they form our strategic committee. We visit all of the bases annually to find out what their issues are, at least annually. We always do a lobby trip. It's in the spring, usually around March, before the legislation gets set, before the Department of Defense Authorization Appropriations Act get created, the NDAAs, so we can influence those. And so like this year, it was near the end of March when we went back and we met, as an example, with the Armed Services Committee staff, and which we needed to get in to see them prior to creating the legislation this year, and most all of the other major offices we were into. And and that's where annually we try to make sure that whatever the base issues are, we find a solution for them and get it to the right person. And we built such a reputation over time, this has been going on 20 years, that we made a pledge that we would never lobby for something that wasn't absolutely needed. So we could build that kind of credibility that when we tell our senator or we tell our congressman or we go into a Department of Defense office and talk about something and they go check it out, they say, oh, those people were right. And in fact, we got such a reputation that most of the offices now call us when there's something coming up like that and say, what does RDP think that in this area? Because we built that credibility. So we try to maintain the credibility that the base, first of all, has to convince us it's an issue, and then we have to be totally convinced that it's not just an issue, that it's a real need. And that's why we've gotten so successful, I believe. So we actively lobby for the bases. We try to get the community involved. We obviously work on developing strong congressional connections, and we work with all of the other regional partners. And in fact, many of you may not know, but several years ago, we met with the Governor's Military Council, and I was asked to speak. And I said, you know what I'd like to see happen? I'd like to form an organization in California that is all of organizations in California like RDP, the San Diego, the MAC group, et cetera, so we can build a force together. And the mayor, a city manager at Monterey said, Gene, I'd like to help you do that. So he and I went together, and 2 years ago we formed what's called the California Defense Community Alliance, which now brings all of us together so we have that extra power throughout the state. But that, I'm going to say, that was RDP that created that.
That's great.
And in fact, I got to do the signing of the organization in the governor's office.
Gene, before you continue, I had the opportunity of traveling to Sacramento with you when we met with Governor Brown at the time.
Yeah.
To form a coalition between the cities or the bases,
Yeah.
to support RDP 21.
Yeah.
Which was really, and you started that, which is
Yeah.
great.
And so RDP has done a number of things like that. And in fact, I'm on the board of the CDCA, which is our state organization now, and we meet monthly. So we bring the power of all of our organizations. If there's some issue that we can combine, that we all think is needed, we can usually make it happen because we've got all these connections now. This is just a quick way to see how we're organized. This is the way the board is set up. The bylaws call for co-chairs on the board, the executive director being one of them and a Ventura County supervisor being the other. Board members, every city that supports us has a place on the board. And we have some community leaders in addition to that. Currently that's our strategic committee. Well, this is what we're fighting for. Now, if you'd have looked at this just a few years ago, and I don't mean many years ago, that 4.6 billion was 2 billion. That's how much programs, I said we went in the last 10 years, from 70 commands to 100 commands. They all brought big programs of money. We've now got 24,000 people employed by the base. Yes, ma'am.
Gene, I think the public needs to know this, because this is really, really important that we, $4.6 billion and 24,000 employed in Ventura County within probably Western Ventura County, and there's 4,000 active duty personnel, which I think is extreme. That's a lot of money that's brought into our area.
Absolutely, and this would not have happened. We've got to remember they cannot lobby for themselves. When you say you want to bring new programs, they can wish they would come, but we can make them come. We can go out and do what it takes and convince people this is the place they want to come to. And right now we filled up all the buildings. My new problem is, how do I get them some space? Because we filled up everything now. We don't have empty buildings that someone can come in and say, well, let's move off. If they want to shut down now, they have to move 100 commands.
That's right.
I mean, that's not going to happen, believe me. But that's where we're at. That's where we wanted to be. In 2000, we just dreamed of getting to this point, but we've actually gotten there. Plus, if you add the Air National Guard that we saved, we'll talk more about that later here, there's another $661 million over 2 years that they've brought in. So this is, and if you look at where are the professional jobs in this county, they're almost all connected to the base. I mean, it's engineering, science jobs I'm talking about. They're almost all connected somehow with the base. So recent milestones, again, we got brought in the 100, we reached the 4.6 billion, brought the employment up. We worked on getting the Coast Guard relocated here, which has happened. They got their new hangar now, and that came from LAX, and we worked hard on convincing them this was the place to come to, and that happened. And we helped get the Milcons for the hangar. We became the center of unmanned and directed energy work. This is the only directed energy facility the Navy owns. And we got it here. The construction was about 2 years ago now, ribbon cutting for that. And that was through work that we did. And over the years, we got all the military construction. You see the buildings that hold the labs. One of the things you got to understand about our facilities, they're engineering laboratories. So they have a hard time getting military construction because the fleet gets first option on any money that goes. They're almost always going to go to the operational fleet. So all of the buildings that we've gotten on the laboratory area, either at CB location or Point Magoo, came through RDP, going to our senators and congressmen and getting ads, plus-ups to get those buildings. They wouldn't have them otherwise. And they couldn't, but again, you'd be in real trouble if you were a captain who went and lobbied.
That's right.
You'd be out of a job real fast. Only organizations like us can do those kind of things for them. But that's where most of the laboratory buildings came, through plus-ups. In fact, for many years, we had people in just the right positions to help us. And again, we never asked for something that wasn't absolutely needed. And that credibility helped us get the next one and the next one, because they knew if we asked for it, it was needed. What are we working on now? We got a lot of issues. We got a huge, we've got a very old facility at Point Magoo. It was put together in 4950. The power system has not been upgraded since. It's owned by the Navy. It has got huge problems. So one of the big issues we're working on, and we worked on this trip, and Gabby, you were there, one of our big issues is electrical power and getting that fixed at Point Magoo, because they're having power outages, et cetera. And I won't go into all of these, but we got our plate full. There's always something else that's coming up. The Navy is really hurting at this point for infrastructure. They didn't support their infrastructure for so many years. And so one of the big infrastructure issues we're working on is the electrical distribution, because that seems to be the most critical right now. We've got, with all of this new unmanned work, we got the sub unmanned, we got the surface unmanned, and we got the air unmanned. All of that is driving us for wharf problems, wharf improvements, pier improvements, et cetera. So those are some of the issues that we're currently working on. We always worry, even if there is a BRAC, because we got to fight whatever happens, even if it doesn't make sense. So we always worry about that, and we put up some reserve of the income you've given us to fight that.
And Gene, I think it's really important people understand what BRAC is. You know, they wanted to close our bases a while back,
Right.
and we fought for it. In fact, we went to San Diego. RDP 21 went to DC to fight to keep our bases open.
Yeah.
You're talking about $4 billion worth of payroll
Yeah.
and 28,000 jobs, including Navy. So that BRAC, we saved the bases, which I think is really, really important that we understand.
Well, and you think of the quality of life for Oxnard and the other cities, having all of those professional engineering scientists, jobs living and people living in our community and enriches all of us. To have, you know, them, people as our citizens and a resource to the community. And there's not very many places that have that kind of impact to a community that we've had in BBC. Those are some of our future. The resiliency issues are real serious, the power being one of them, and we're working that. And we continue, you can never stop looking at the future, because, okay, we've got the programs that are the future, but there's another future that's coming. So what we try to do is keep your ear to the ground, since we have a lot of the people that have been in that business, including myself. What's the next thing that's coming down? Let's go figure out who's going to get that job. Let's figure out how we can talk to them way early and get them convinced to come here. So it's an ongoing. You got to be doing it all the time, because tomorrow is going to be different than today. Yes, we've got the latest programs, but there's some new ones that'll be coming along that we want to capture also, and make sure that we continue this trend of building the base, doing the latest engineering programs. These are just some of the things over time, and I certainly won't go into all of those. I will point out one thing that we'll probably never be able to do again, that we were fortunate to be able to do, and I'm still sometimes wake up wondering how we ever did that. But we were going to lose the Air National Guard to here. They were not going to get any C-130s in time. Their planes were all going to be obsolete, and they came to RDP and they said, look, we're not going to get the planes. They'll shut us down before we ever get a plane. I said, well, what does it take to keep you from being shut down? They said, well, we got to get some aircraft, and we got to get them early. So we set to work, and we just luckily had all kinds of people in right positions. And we've done something that you can go check this out. Nobody's ever been able to accomplish. We got 8 C-130Js, 8 aircraft added to the budget designated for here. I'll never be able to do something like that again. I don't think. It just, we had all our ducks in a row, but that's why they're still here.
And Gene, the important thing too about the C-130s, they're used for firefighting.
That's our firefighting.
Firefighting, you know, we
And
had.
now they're the center of firefighting.
That's
Because
right.
we got those and we got the firefighting capability, the MATS units in here.
That's right. That firefighting for, we had the Thomas Fire, we had a lot of fires, and,
Yep.
and the C-130s out of Magoo helped us out.
Yeah. So that's the story.
I just want to thank you so much, you know, for, one of the things that I like to share real quick, because I was RDP 21, the mission statement. You know, the mission statement, there's about 1, 2, 3, maybe 6 bullet points. And I'll just talk a little bit about the first. Preserve and enhance the military value facilities located in Ventura County. 2, lobby the appropriate federal, state representatives for military missions and enhancement and effectiveness. 3, develop cooperative ventures, explore ways to meet mission requirements and reduce cost. Collaborate with military organizations to leverage existing capabilities and technologies. Strengthen our existing military community partnerships, inform and attract new military missions. And lastly, encourage technology-based industry to utilize existing military bases capabilities. That's all part of Oxnard. That's all part of the county. That's all part of our future. If you look back, see, we have all our youth right there next to you. They're listening. They're going to be our future. This is what we need, our military bases, and we need engineers, and we need youth to help us out, which I think is really important.
Yes.
And again, I just want to share with you that I had the pleasure of going to DC with Mayor Pro Tem many, many years, many times now. We have Basu, our representative, and of course, potentially maybe some future council members can go to DC to help us actually lobby for Ventura County base.
Absolutely.
Okay, we have our city manager who would like to share a couple of words.
Thank you. Gene, thank you for the presentation. I've spoken to Gene about my outlook on this. So first I want to say that how much I respect and appreciate the work of this organization. I formerly worked in a city that actually lost its Navy base. And that was pretty traumatic for the entire community. And it certainly sets up a sort of a micro recession for a couple of decades. So I think your accomplishments are cannot be understated. But I've spoken to Gene about my interest in making sure that we enter a new era of a different kind of base realignment, where I want to make sure that there's some realignment with the community of Oxnard. And so part of what I've asked for is information about, of the base employees, especially these private sector engineers, scientists, and so on, how many of them were recruited and hired from Oxnard versus brought to this community and now live here? And also, where are the training programs being focused and where's the outreach? My concern is having a tremendously successful Navy base that sails around Oxnard to get future employees. And I want to make sure that all the people who, especially our young people who grow up here and go to school here, have an opportunity to get the training and the education they need, so that these great jobs at the base are at least an option for them. And we talked about making sure a lot of the new training that becomes available is located at Oxnard College, which is literally the
That's right.
base's neighbor. So I'm looking forward to working with you going forward as well. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Yeah, and as I told you, we've started some steps on some new intern programs to do that. And by the way, both bases are very active supporting interns right now from.
For our youth, that's really, really important. Thank you, Gene, and thank you so much for the presentation, and I hope that our city manager works with you so we can convey this information to our youth, which are really, really important. Councilman Perrello.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Just one comment and one question. The comment is, I appreciate all this. I appreciate the income and the wealth it brings to the area, but the underlying thing, this is part of our national defense. It's a big part of our national defense. The question I have, Does the United Water Conservation District reach out to you with respect to their plans for use of
Oh,
the base?
yes. In fact, I've been in many meetings with them. They come to my RDP meetings every month, and we've been supporting them on this project that they're working with the base to get water, pure water to the base.
If
Yes.
information comes available to you, can you share it with the city of Oxnard? I'd be very interested.
In fact, they report out at our general meetings. We go around the table, and I have report outs from the bases, the college district, the Cal State, and the water district reports out their status.
But I think what we can, Councilmember, that we put it in our website. Give us information. I know we have our representative, Basua, that can bring that
And you'll,
information.
if you attend our first Thursday general meetings in the morning, you'll hear the report out from them each week.
Thank you, Gene, and thank you again. Thank you for the excellent presentation.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is the ceremonial item. This is item 6. We have a lot of people here who'd like to have you join us for a Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In a moment of silence for all the turmoil we have around the world today,
And the police officers that were recently killed in the Carolinas.
and police officers have risen. Please bow your head. Thank you so much. You may be seated. Our next item is, this is a ceremonial item, it's a presentation of commendation to the Oxnard Union High School, Ocean View, Oxnard Elementary School Districts for their participation in the 21st Migrant Education Program Regional Speech Debate. And we have Cynthia Salas. Cynthia, where are you? Come on, you want to share a little bit of information for us? And then we have some certificates that we want to give out to the students. Go ahead, hon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Zaragoza, fellow council members. As a native of Ventura County, and in particular being born and raised in the beautiful city of Oxnard, it is such a privilege to be here in front of you tonight on behalf of our County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Cesar Morales. Just to share a little bit of background with you, in Ventura County, we serve approximately 120,000 students. Of those 120,000 students, we are currently serving in Ventura County approximately 1,700 migrant students. Of those 1,700 students, 57 participated in the annual speech and debate tournament, 20 of which placed and competed at a state level. And all of that was possible because of the foundation and the fabric of who we are as a county. Relationships and communication, the partnerships that we have with you as a city, all of our county agencies, all of our partners, but most importantly, tonight is possible porque todas las relaciones que tenemos con nuestros padres en nuestra comunidad. Entonces, hoy se trata de celebrar las relaciones que tenemos con nuestros padres, los maestros, el equipo del programa migrante, y eso, that is what has made tonight possible.
Cynthia, in 25 words or less, can you just share what you said in
Absolutely.
English? Go ahead.
Oh, in English, absolutely. We're here to celebrate the accomplishments of our migrant education students. And I want to say thank you, Mayor Zaragoza and council members, city manager, for making this opportunity possible. We wanted to show our students where speech and debate lives, and what better place than their local city council.
Thank you. We have
Thank
some
you.
certificates. I'm not sure how many people we can bring up here. We have Rio Mesa, we have Channel Islands, and we have Guanime High School, and we have Ocean View, and Fremont, and R.J. Frank. Who do you want to bring up here first? Are we going to all of them together? I'm not sure if we can all fit.
Yes, we can do that all together if that makes it easier for you all. Okay?
And we have certificates we're going to give out.
Okay. Which school would you like me to call up first?
Let's get Rio Mesa.
Rio Mesa?
Okay. Bring him up here. Come up here to the dais. Oh, thank you, thank you. So who's going to be the speaker here? We'll give him some more. We have some others. Okay, let me see. Let me see who's going to be the speaker here. You? Okay. Let me read this right off the bat, okay? This is certificate of accommodation presented to, I'm going to start off, they're all going to be the same, but this is going to be for Mateo Mendoza Velasquez. For Rio Mesa High School, where the City Council, City of Oxnard presents a certificate of accommodation to Mateo Mendoza Velasquez for the commitment in achieving academic excellence and for taking first place in the 21st Migrant Education Program Regional Speech, a debate tournament, and offers the best wishes for continued success in the future endeavors. And in witness thereof, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, on behalf of the entire City Council, cause the hand of the great seal of the City of Oxnard to be placed on this certificate on the 30th day of April 2024. Mr. Velasquez, are you here? Come on over here. These are all going to be the same, so you get the first one, okay? And let me give you this one. And then I'll let you speak. The next one is Daniela Lopez Juarez. That's you? Okay. And then Abigail Estrada. Oh, right here. Okay. And then Edith Gonzalez Guzman. Right through. Any other real Mesa we have?
The next one is Jennifer Melissa Estrada. The next one is Marlene Hernandez Mendoza. And congratulations. And I would just like to say, I graduated from Rio Mesa in '68, and I want to tell the teachers and the other students that are here, the majority of these young people that came up, when they shook hand and they looked you in the eyes. Teachers, please pass that on to your students. The fact that you can speak and you can look somebody in the eyes and shake their hands goes a long way to getting a job. I'm surprised the school's that old. Yeah.
The next awardee is a lady, I apologize if I mispronounce this, Lady Maritza Aguilar Morales. And next one is Michelle Flores Vasquez. And I just wanted to say one thing. If you are a student of Dr. Shannon Scott Houston Scott, you can also be onto the City Council in the near future. Thank you.
So, do we have any more Real Mesa?
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. All right, I have the privilege of having 3 more additions to our Rio Mesa. So our first here is Alicia Flores Vasquez. And our next is Jose Alberto Mendoza Vasquez. And the last I have is Karen Zulema Lopez Juarez. Congrats. And as my colleagues had mentioned, I hope you're all incredibly proud of yourselves. This is just our first school of numerous schools we're going to be recognizing here shortly. But this type of positive youth contributions and opportunities needs to be highlighted more in Ventura County, especially in the city of Oxnard. You all are examples of what can happen when positive opportunities and meaningful relationships and caring relationships happen And you all make me very proud. I hope you're very proud of yourselves as well. So thank you so much for everything.
Put your hands together for them. One of the things I'd like to share is we have to admire these young folks because I understand statistically that the hardest thing for a person to do is to make a presentation in front of audiences, and you guys have done it. You broke the ice. Give yourselves a good hand. Put your hands together for them. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. We can walk out this way. Thank you. Thank you so much. Gracias, eh? Muchas gracias. Thank you. Thank you. You are our future. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mia. Thank you. Okay, our next school is Channel Islands. Our next Channel Islands High School. Channel Islands High School. Okay, coming up. Okay. We got 3 strong men coming up. Any of the Channel Islands High School students? So, Mija, go ahead.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Come back.
Stand
Stand over here.
and
Come
you
back
guys can
and stand
stand
over
over here.
Stand right here. Stand right here. Go ahead.
Good, and congratulations to you all. Channel Islands graduate here. I'm a lot older though. Not as old as our council member Perallo, but old enough. Marlene, I'm assuming she's. Daniel Juarez. Javier Maldonado. And Hugo.
Okay, who wants to say a couple of words? Okay, you're taller.
Thank you for everyone that supported me for this trip, because without this trip I wouldn't have known my friends. And yeah, thank you.
I just want to say I'm very grateful to have this I'm just very grateful to have this opportunity being here today. This program has really helped me a lot with my speaking and allowed me to speak in front of people in a crowd, so I wouldn't feel that pressure in me. So that really helped me a lot. So I want to say thank you.
And I understand you want to be the city manager, right? He wants to be the city manager.
I kind of wish I knew about the migrant speech and debate program beforehand, preferably during my freshman, so I could have gained more experience with this. And I feel like this program has taught me a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Put your hands together for him. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You can walk this way. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, let me see. We have. Okay.
Guanimi High School. Okay, I have the privilege of giving awards to Guanimi High School, not where I graduated from, but however, my second favorite high school in the district. I am a Channel Islands alum. First award is to Leslie Carrillo. Next award is Adela Martinez Ramirez. And I have Graciela Velasco Rivera.
So Cynthia? Okay, what happened to the young lady? Andrea, we'll get you one. Do you want to share something?
Um,
Just say, that's okay, I didn't get a certificate right now, but you get one later.
okay, thank you. I just want to say that I'm excited to be here, even though it was a last minute thing.
The mayor will get you a plaque.
No, we're going to get her 2 certificates, you know. Thank you so much. And you want to share anything else? No? Yeah, she wants to talk.
I can say in Spanish.
Yeah, can say in Spanish.
Primero que nada, estoy muy agradecida de estar aquí y pues le doy gracias a mis maestros que me apoyaron y pues además siendo que estar aquí me ha abrido un nuevo camino.
First of all, I'm very grateful to be here today, and I really want to thank everybody for giving me this new road.
Y pues quiero que otros estudiantes se animen a estar aquí porque te abre muchas puertas.
And other students that follow me because it opens a lot of doors, public speaking.
Y te arrodilla a comenzar cosas nuevas y no estar en el mismo lugar de siempre.
And also, that's going to open new doors and sort of, for additional information that I could go ahead and follow. And I probably did. My Spanish is not that good.
Okay. Y muchas gracias a todos.
And thank you very much. Anybody else? No. Put your hands together for this high school kids. They've really have done a good job. Thank you, mija. Thank you. She wants to be the city attorney. Thank you. Gracias. Go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead. Go on this way. Okay, we have some more. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have R.J. Frank Academy, Ocean View Junior High, and Fremont Junior High. Okay, once again, R.J. Frank Academy. Anybody here from R.J. Frank? Ocean View Junior High.
Ocean View.
And Fremont Junior High. Okay, the first awardee is Allison Franco Ramirez. Diana Cruz Ordaz. Forgive me if I mess this one up, but Bresira Davila? Bresira? And Fernando Huerta.
Cynthia. He's going to get 3 of them. John, what?
He really gets 3 points.
John Garcia? Rodriguez? John Rodriguez, you get 3 certificates. Who wants to show? You get it? He doesn't want to talk? No? You want to talk? No? Okay, that's okay. Well, put your hands together for a young man. We, by the way, just for information, we got a lot of this information just late. We got this information about 4 o'clock today, so. But anyway, we're going to get you a certificate, okay? Future mayor. See, he wants my job, though. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Gracias, eh? Pásale. Thank you. I'm sorry, son. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, we're done? Okay, well, anyway, thank you so much. As I mentioned, and the parents, están los papás aquí y los mamás y papás, por favor, párense. Put your hands together, por favor. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much to all the parents that are here today. Thank you, muchas gracias. Y como dicen, los niños van a ser alcaldes, city manager, y van a ser también el abogado aquí de Oxnard. ¿Cómo la ven? Muchas gracias aquí por estar todos ahora en esta tarde. Thank you so much again. Again, we shared somebody wants to be a mayor, a city manager, and a city attorney. Thank you again. In fact, somebody wants to be a mayor pro tem too, right? Thank you so much. Gracias. Okay, thank you so much. And again, it's really an honor to have all the children here today, that public speaking, and it's really, really important that that's our future. This youth are our future here in Oxnard. Many, many times, people talk about our youth doing wrong and so forth, but it's really, really great to see our youth do all these good things. Oh, we have should be. Okay, here. So we good? I'm sorry. We're good? Okay. Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Councilman Turan, go ahead.
I do have an announcement.
Okay.
Councilmember Perello joined the meeting at 5:35. Councilmember Valenzuela also joined the meeting at 5:35. Commissioner Jose Andrade for the Housing Authority has joined the meeting and is also present in person and joined the meeting as of 5:55 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, so let the record reflect that. Thank you so much. Councilman Turan?
Thank you, Mayor. Before we move on, I just wanted to take an opportunity, as one of our students just mentioned, to thank the parents as well as the adults, the staff, the teachers, and those who help support those young people. Having worked in education a long time myself, just know that there's a lot of things you don't see that happen, such as permission forms and busing and coordinating and arranging all of these things that the adults who supported this absolutely have a major, major role in as well. And so without them, young people wouldn't be able to get these opportunities much of the time. So just wanted to give my appreciation to all of those folks who helped make this happen, including parents, families, and our staff. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, our next item is item E. This is public comments out on the agenda. And I just want to share, we have about 20-some speakers. You have 3 minutes each. You don't have to use all the 3 minutes, but you have 3 minutes to speak per person. So I'm going to name the first two individuals. It's Cherie Paquette, followed by Geraldo Vasquez. Cherie.
Hello, Council. Thank you very much for all your guys' time. Today, I just want to present something that happened in the community. My brother was riding his bike across a crosswalk and got struck by a car. And I just want to bring awareness to community safety. Unfortunately, that was my brother, but as this courtroom is full of children, we want to keep the community safe. Our family lives in Wagon Wheel Road, so that's very close to the collections. The collection services over 1,000 of people that are taking their bikes, walking their kids across that intersection where my brother unfortunately lost his life. And I just want to bring awareness to safety. I want to know possibly, and maybe you can't tell me now, what we could put in places, rather that be bump strips while you're coming off the freeway to lower your speed, rather that be a no turn on red, rather that be watch out for pedestrians and bike signs. Just something. I do understand statistics. I'm an educator myself. I understand that sometimes we don't do things until something gets to a higher level. Maybe, a 50-person mark rather than a 2-person mark. I know that this situation happened 6 months ago, and condolences to that family that lost that person's life. You're seeing me today because it was my family member. You probably wouldn't see my face if you didn't. And I apologize because I'm sitting here and looking at all these wonderful children, and I was like, I didn't know that you could go to city council and see so many things so beautiful going on.
Thank you.
So I just want safety. I know that nothing is gonna bring my brother back. It's not about a he said, she said. It's about community. My brother worked at Seaside Marina. We have veterans in my family. We have a sister that goes to Rio Mesa. Our father was a cop. I understand how things work. We're not here to argue. It's not a matter where we're just trying to be, I guess in a sense, not compliant. We just want change, and we don't want slow change. We want change now. I have spoken to the mayor. I appreciate you going back and forth with me with emails. I really do appreciate that. While we were visiting my brother's memorial, as it's on the corner, I don't know if anybody has seen it, but we've witnessed the same maneuvers that has unfortunately taken my brother's life. And that's not just car to bike, that's car to car. That's, there's been people where the motorized scooters, same concept. And I'm not sure because I don't work in traffic, but I can tell you just from my own eyes, there's something wrong with however that intersection is set up. And that's all 4 corners. That's not just a corner where my brother lost his life. And that is my full reason for coming today. You may see me come a lot often in regards to, maybe showing you guys the corner, maybe showing you guys just things that I find on by myself while I'm there. I am going to be mourning my brother for a very long time. Unfortunately, there is an area that I
Thank you,
thank
sir.
you for your thank you for my
And
time.
our sincere condolences, and staff did listen to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Geraldo Vasquez, followed by Bill Wellman. Geraldo Vasquez. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
How's everyone doing tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Good?
Welcome.
All right, good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, wrote a letter here. Dear City Council members, I'm here to urgently address a concerning issue regarding the Oxnard Performing Arts Center, where my wedding is scheduled to take place on July 6th of 2024. On April 2024, I contacted that venue after hearing from a friend about a significant floor damage, which has left me deeply worried about the status of our upcoming event. During the conversation with the venue, I was informed that the floor has not been repaired, leading to the cancellation of events from May to June, with the possibility of extending the cancellations into July if the repairs are not completed. This news has placed us in an incredibly stressful situation with just 2 months remaining until our wedding date. If the floor remains unrepaired, it may interfere with our wedding plans, potentially leading to our cancellation. Unfortunately, finding an alternative venue with such short notice within our budget is proving to be a challenging task. Many venues have no availability due to the limited time frame. We have already exceeded our budget with all the deposits paid to various vendors, and a cancellation would result in a significant financial losses. Additionally, our family members traveling from different cities and states have already incurred expenses, adding to our concerns. We are reaching out to the City Council in the hopes of finding a solution that allows our wedding to proceed at the Oxnard Performing Arts Center as planned. We are eager to avoid any legal actions and seek your support and guidance and navigate this challenging situation. Your prompt attention and assistance in this matter would greatly be appreciated. Thank you for understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez, and your information was given to staff. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I did talk to Michael Wolf about this matter, our Public Works Director, and I don't know if you've had a chance to talk with him or not, but I did see him in the audience. So I'm going to ask him to connect with you
meet
real
with you.
quick before you leave.
Thank you so much.
May I ask a
Go,
question?
go ahead.
May I ask a
Councilman.
question? Did you book through the city of Oxnard, or did you book through the performing arts personnel?
Personnel,
The personnel, non-city employee?
I believe so.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I hope you the best of luck.
And that's
The very
Mr.
best
Wolf
of luck.
right at the back door there. You turn around and see the
And
guy's
our
about
public
6'8",
director's back there.
I think he's a
right
tiger.
straight in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you.
Okay, next person is Bill Wellman, followed by Ray Platel.
Thanks.
Bill?
Thanks for.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I have copies of my remarks in letter form for each of you.
Yeah, thank you. You hand them to the clerk.
By way of an introduction, my name is Bill Wellman, and I'm a member of the California Rifle and Pistol Association. We have a local chapter of that organization here in Ventura County. It's called the Ventura County Gun Owners. Ventura County Gun Owners have been around for about 3 years. We have 500 members. The California Rifle and Pistol Association has been around since 1875, and there's over 10,000 members. The organization is a 501c3. We have no political agenda. The purpose of this letter is to request an audience, city manager, police chief, each of the council members, the staff, your mayor, and just to let you know who we are, that we're here, and that we are members of the community and their voters, and we want you to see just what gun owners are really, really like. That's the whole purpose. We promise not to start any arguments, not to be a proponent of any position or anything, but we just need to make sure that our community knows that we're here and what kind of folks that we are. I encourage all of you who are interested in the least bit, 30 minutes, and one or two of us members will just call on you and let you ask questions and let us state basically what I said in this letter. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Bill. Ray Platel, followed by Maria Navarro. Ray?
Thank you. Good evening. Mayor, council members, city staff, and in particular, the Assistant City Treasurer. Several months ago, I drafted issues and concerns regarding the city's processes and values for investment, earnings, and distribution. I shared these concerns with two council members who both agreed the concerns were valid. At this time, I also requested a meeting with the Assistant City Treasurer and the CFO regarding these concerns. After several weeks, the city finally provided written responses to my list. However, these responses did not actually clarify the issues. In some cases, the written responses even elicited additional concerns or questions when the city's response was compared to their city's raw data. In other instances, the city response was simply, "We are correct, you are wrong," with no opportunity to explore why one is correct and the other is wrong, or the opportunity to substantiate our respective positions. All in all, the written responses are inadequate. As such, I drafted a rebuttal to the city's written responses and provided the same to the Assistant City Treasurer, copied the two council members, and again asked for a face-to-face meeting with the city staff. This list of issues and concerns, the city's written responses, and my rebuttal are all in the hands of these same two council members. Since the city has not yet agreed to meet with me, I asked both council members that if they thought the city's written responses adequately addressed my identified concerns, would they please explain to me, as I don't get it, I don't see it. Neither gave me a response. That tells me that they either can't explain how the written responses address the concerns, or they don't care, or both. That being said, it's been 2 weeks now since I've provided my rebuttal and requested a meeting with the Assistant City Treasurer to clarify these issues. To date, I have heard nothing. It seems that written exchanges do not seem to hit the mark. So again tonight, I personally and respectfully request a meeting with the Assistant City Treasurer to clarify and hopefully satisfy these issues. The bottom line is, there appears to be some money missing and we need to collectively find out where it is. The city has council meetings every other week, and I can certainly come back to each and every one of them and make the same request. Why not put this to bed right now and move on? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker is Maria Navarro, followed by Stephanie Lopez. Maria Navarro.
Hi, good evening again, City Council, Mayor Zaragoza, City staff. We're here today again with the Via Oxnard tenants. They are the tenants who live at the 5200 and 5300 block of South J Street. And today we're here because we just want to continue chronicling the conduct that the management property has so far displayed for these tenants. As you can see, there are a lot of signs behind me saying respect our tenancy. And, you know, tenants are at a point where when we came here first, they were at a point of where they were really afraid of losing their homes. And they're still afraid of losing their homes. That doesn't go away. But at this point, the management company has acted in such a way that they're also angered. They're also upset by the grave just misuse of power that the management company has used and has held over these tenants. They have entered the tenants' properties claiming to check smoke detectors, but in fact they go in and they check every single room, every single cupboard, every single closet. They take pictures of everything. For what end, we don't know. The one thing that's not checked is the smoke detectors, or if they are, it's very, very briefly. And they're intimidating people. They're still telling people that, you know, they have 1 month left for staying there, even though they have the termination notice is no longer valid. They accepted April rent. But once they accepted April rent, when the tenants went to pay in their check, they said they wouldn't be there by May. And so then they wouldn't accept May rent. So it's just constant harassment and intimidation. And so the reason why we're here today is not necessarily to say that, because we do appreciate staff support and we do appreciate city council support, right? It's so that they could share their piece and so that you all are informed on what's going on. Thank you.
And Maria, you've shared that with Emilio, right?
Oh, of course, yeah, he's
Thank
also
you.
CC'd. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. Stephanie Lopez, followed by Margarita Martinez. Stephanie?
Yes.
Mhm.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Stephanie. I lived in Via Oxnard Apartments and have lived there for 12 years. I urge you to stop and take definitive action with my family and my neighbors at Via Oxnard Apartments. I'm worried, stressed, and I feel helpless that the management at Via Oxnard continues to send eviction letters. We trust that the emergency ordinance that came in on January 25th and stopped the evictions. We're not tenants who want to live there for free in these apartments. We want to pay rent. This is already causing us problems with stress, anger, frustration. What will happen with our housing? Please, I ask you to assess your vote 7-0 on January 25th and stop the evictions at Via Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you. Margarita Martinez, followed by Samuel Salazar. Margarita.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Deja hablar, we need an interpreter over. Ahí viene la señora.
Yo le interpreto con mucho gusto. Buenas tardes a todos. Good afternoon, everyone. Yo soy Margarita Martinez. I am Margarita Martinez.
Yo vivo en los apartamentos de Via Oxnard.
I live at the Via Oxnard Apartments.
Y he vivido ahí desde hace
And I have lived there for 19 years.
Les urjo que paren
I ask you to stop them
y tomen
take some definite action regarding myself and my neighbors
en los apartamentos de Vía Oxnard.
at the Via Oxnard apartments.
Somos una familia viviendo en el apartamento.
We are a family that lives at this apartment.
Mi esposo y yo.
My husband and I,
Mi esposo es el que trabaja.
and my husband is the one that works.
Esto que nos está pasando.
This which is happening to us,
Pensábamos que a nosotros no nos pasaría.
we didn't think it was going to happen to us.
Mirábamos cómo nuestros vecinos les llegaban cartas de desalojo.
We could see that all of our neighbors were getting the eviction letters.
Podemos ver que el dueño y el manejamiento
We can see that the owner and the management
no están respetando la ordenanza que se votó.
are not respecting the ordinance,
Pasó y fue efectiva el
which
día
came into effect
25 de enero del 2024.
January 25th of 2024.
Mis hijos todos los días me preguntan
My children ask every day,
si vamos a tener un lugar donde vivir.
are we going to have a place to live?
Mi esposo y yo tenemos noches sin dormir,
My husband and I have these sleepless nights,
pensando que por más que busquemos
thinking that no matter how much we search, there's no place to go.
y cuando hablo con mis vecinos,
And when I talk to my neighbors,
también están con miedo
they're also in fear
a quedarse sin vivienda.
that they're going to end up without a home.
Y el manejamiento nos toca la puerta para que nos movamos.
Management knocks on our doors and tells us to move
Apartamentos más caros si queremos quedarnos.
and have more expensive apartments if we want to stay.
Pero yo siempre he pagado mi renta, aunque no les den mantenimiento.
I have always paid my rent, even though there's no maintenance.
Por eso es importante
That is why it's important
que paren ese acoso con mis
for you to stop this harassment of our neighbors.
ya nos están ocasionando problemas emocionales
They're causing us emotional
a
problems
nuestras familias,
to us and our families
nuestros vecinos,
and our neighbors.
ya que la ordenanza en urgencia del 25 de enero
The urgent ordinance of January the 25th
está aquí para proteger a los casos.
is here to protect cases such as ours.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Samuel Salazar, followed by Santiago Rivera. Samuel, okay.
Good evening, everyone. I am Samuel Salazar. I live at the apartments, Via Oxnard. I have lived there for 7 years, and I implore you to enforce the ordinance you voted for on January the 25th. Stop the intimidation that they're asking us to sign, They are increasing the rent at higher than 4%. They're not respecting the ordinance. They want us to sign this document where we accept not to go back to our apartments after it gets repaired. After they repair the apartments in which we actually live. The apartments that are being offered to us have had no repairs. They're not repairing the mold. I don't refuse to move or pay the rent. I've always paid my rent. But not under these conditions for my family, which could then get exposed to higher rent and mold. That is why it's important that you enforce the two ordinances which protect cases such as ours at Via Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you. Santiago Rivera, followed by Sergio Manzano.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Santiago Rivera. I live in the Via Oxnard apartments and I have lived there for 6 years. I urge you to enforce the ordinance that you voted for on January 25th. It's enough that they are intimidating us that the sheriff is coming to my apartment. They tell my wife Faustina. It affects her anxiety and her health. They pressure us to sign a contract that asks us to accept a rent increase of over 4% that does not comply with the ordinance. Additionally, the apartment that I live in has not been working to remove the mold. I refuse to move. I have always paid rent, but not under conditions in which my family would be exposed to a more expensive rent and mold. That is why it is important that you enforce the two ordinances to protect cases like ours from Via Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next speaker is Sergio Manzano, followed by Elba Santiago. Sergio Manzano.
Good evening, everyone. I am Sergio Manzano. I have lived at the Oxnard apartments, and I have also lived here for the last 13 years. We are a strawberry picking working family. I implore you to have them stop and take action for me and my neighbors at the Via Oxnard apartments. I am so stressed and worried and in fear of that eviction letter arriving. Because even though the ordinance was approved, I am concerned about me going through the same thing. Even though it was voted and passed 7-0 to stop the evictions, they're still sending the eviction letters. Please, I ask you to enforce and apply the ordinance that was approved on January 25th of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Elba Santiago, followed by Olga Alvalo. Elba Santiago.
Good evening, everyone. I am Elba Santiago. I live at the Via Oxnard apartments. I have lived here for the last 10 years. I implore you to stop and take definite action for my family and my neighbors at the Via Oxnard apartments. I am worried about the management of Via Oxnard. We trusted that that ordinance of January 25th was going to help with the eviction. That is why we chose to pay the rent. But management says they're not accepting a rent. They're asking us to pay the rent and take the option of paying for a more expensive apartment and sign a document that rejects going back to the unit where we live now. After the remodeling takes place. Today, according to the ordinance, they are not offering that apartment for the same or a similar price. This intimidation is causing stress, anguish, anxiety, and thinking that at any time the sheriff is going to come over because the management mentions that. If they do not respect that ordinance in which you voted 7-0, what can we do? We ask you to enforce it. We ask you to make this valid at Via Oxnard. Help stop the bullying we're suffering, because the ordinance should protect cases such as ours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Flor Castellanos, followed by Maria Santayan. Flor Castellano. Flor.
Good evening, everyone. I am Olga Arevalo. I live at the Via Oxnard apartments. I have lived there for 10 years. I implore you to have them stop and take definite action for my family and my neighbors of the apartments at Via Oxnard. We are a family living in this apartment, and we work in the field. What is happening to us is bringing the feelings of impotence, stress, and helplessness. Because Via Oxnard management is sending eviction letters. They continue to arrive. They are not complying and applying the ordinance. The owner and the management at Via Oxnard, my children ask me every day, are we going to have a place to live? My daughter is in the 4th grade. She told her counselor at school to help her because she had no place to live. That is why it's important for you to enforce and have the owner and management apply the ordinance that was voted for on January 25th, stopping the evictions. Because the ordinance is here to protect cases such as ours, us that are being evicted. Thank you very
Gracias.
much.
Flor Castellanos, followed by Maria Santayan. Flor.
Good evening, everyone. I am Flor Castellanos. I live at the Via Oxnard apartments. I have lived here for 8 years. I implore you to stop the harassment and intimidation towards me and my neighbors at the Via Oxnard apartments. I am worried because we're being told that they're not going to accept our rent. If we do not sign a document that says that we accept a more expensive rent. If we pay it now, we are not to come back to our former apartment after they do the repairs. When the ordinance says that we must be the first ones to be offered a similar price to which we're paying now. On January 25th, the ordinance passed, which is protecting us. But management at Via Oxnard continues to issue eviction letters. We want the owner and the management to respect us. We want them to respect the ordinance that you seven approved in favor of stopping the evictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Maria Santiano, followed by Sylvia Aguano. Maria?
Good evening, everyone. I am Maria de Santillan. I lived at the Via Oxnard apartments. I have lived there for 15 years. I am a homemaker and the only person that works for this family. My husband and I are the only ones that live in this apartment. The two of us are senior adults, and if we get evicted, we're going to be homeless, living in our car. That is why it's important to stop the intimidation that management uses against me and my neighbors because of this ordinance to stop the eviction was approved on January 25th. The law is here to protect cases such as ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Sylvia Aguano, followed by Rogelio Guerrera. Sylvia?
Good evening, everyone. I am Silvia Anguiano. I live at the Via Oxnard apartments. I have lived there for 17 years. I have not received the eviction letter yet, but the letters keep coming. I am asking you to stop the intimidation from the owner and management of Via Oxnard. I am concerned, stressed, I feel powerless because Via Oxnard management it continues to send the eviction letters. We want them to respect the ordinance. Both management and owner of Via Oxnard. The ordinance said that all 7 of you approved the stopping of the evictions. Thank you.
Gracias. Rogelio Guerrera, followed by David Franco. Rogelio?
Good evening, everyone. I am Rogelio Guerra. I live at the Via Oxnard apartments, and I have lived there for 13 years. I implore you to have them stop and make a definite action for me and my neighbors of the Via Oxnard apartments. We are one family in our apartment. My wife and I are agricultural field workers. What's happening to us is affecting my family and my children's pets because they're worried about their dogs because their dogs pay rent too. And they're also evicting them. My children ask every day, are we going to have a place to live? That is why it's important for you to enforce this for the owner and management, applying the ordinance you voted for on January 25th, stopping the evictions, because the ordinance is here to help cases such as ours. We should not be evicted. Thank you very much.
David Franco?
I am David Franco. I have lived at Via Oxnard for 5 years. I believe that I'm this clear example of what is happening, the problem we're living through, my neighbors and I. I did get the eviction letter after you said to stop the evictions on January 25th. I got a letter March 18 of this year. Later on, I received another letter. That was 2 weeks ago with an extension to June 5th. I believe that my neighbors and I are here for one reason only: to have you please stop them and the ordinance. I believe that management is not working the way they should, because they're not respecting the ordinance that came from you. I believe they see it as a joke or something that they're mocking, because they continue sending the letters to other families who do not know the problem we're having here. My neighbors and I would want justice and respect of your ordinance. And thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thank you. Gracias. Lourdes, can you share that in Spanish that all the concerns that were shared today, you know, to make sure that they hand them over to Emilio, our housing director?
El alcalde quiere saber que los
The
documentos,
documents, all the documents,
los
yes.
documentos que han traído, por favor, entréguenle todos al señor Emilio.
Y muchas gracias por el testimonio. Thank you so much for the testimony today.
Gracias por su testimonio.
Okay, our next speaker is Renee Ayub. You need an interpreter? I'm just kidding.
Mr. Mayor, may I
Yes,
just,
go-
may I
before
just
you
give,
go ahead.
Yeah, if I want
Go-
to give
go
a
ahead.
quick summary about this.
You want to say it in Spanish?
Sure.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm going to need 28 minutes. No, I'm kidding. So first of all, thank you everyone for,
Primero que nada, muchísimas gracias a todos.
several weeks ago, I made a formal request to the
Hace
district,
algunas semanas yo hice una petición formal
to the district attorney's office
a la oficina de la Fiscalía
to look at this case.
para que estudiaran este caso.
And I received an email from them yesterday.
Recibí un correo el día de ayer.
So at first review, I'm going to need to talk to the district attorney again.
Primero que nada, tengo que hablar con la Fiscalía de nuevo.
Our ordinance,
Nuestra ordenanza,
relative to the power of the law,
con respecto a la fuerza de la ley,
in these cases, I believe, have the teeth of a chihuahua.
me parece que en estos casos tiene la mordedura de un perro chihuahua.
But the district attorney,
Pero la Fiscalía
which is a higher level law enforcement,
cuenta con un nivel más alto
could possibly
de
bring
autoridad y cumplimiento de las leyes
a case of much higher consequence.
y pudiera tener un caso de mayores consecuencias.
So we in the city have been doing everything we
En
can
esta ciudad hemos estado tratando de hacer todo lo posible
between our city attorney's office and our code enforcement office
entre la oficina de los abogados y la oficina de cumplimiento de códigos
to chase down all the complaints and to verify.
para darle seguimiento a todas las quejas y verificarlas.
But as I said last
Pero
time,
como ya se los dije la última vez,
corporate landlords like this
estos caseros corporativos, en este caso,
it's not difficult for them to play out the clock.
es fácil para ellos el juego que están haciendo.
And I am still hopeful that the city attorney, the
Sigo
city
teniendo la esperanza
is going to help me draft another
que
request
esta ciudad y el abogado me van a ayudar a preparar otro borrador
to ask the district attorney to look at this as an unfair business practice
para
case.
pedir a la fiscalía que tome esto como un caso de práctica empresarial injusta
Or to deputize the city attorney's office
o
to do so.
autorizar al abogado del municipio,
These cases are the ones that landlords
porque esta clase de casos
are afraid of.
es el tipo de casos que los caseros le tienen miedo.
And I'm not making a hypothesis,
Yo no estoy haciendo una hipótesis,
I'm speaking from experience.
esto se los estoy diciendo por experiencia.
So if half of the allegations that I've
Si
heard
la
are true,
mitad de las alegaciones que ustedes están diciendo son verdaderas,
then I really believe this is an unfair business practice.
yo verdaderamente creo que esta es una práctica de negocios injusta.
So we will continue to do everything
Vamos a continuar haciendo todo lo que podemos
under the city's authority,
bajo la autoridad de esta ciudad,
but we will try to convince the district attorney
pero
to
también
get involved.
trataremos de convencer a la fiscalía que tome manos en el asunto.
Because it's only at their level, in my experience,
Porque en mi experiencia es solo al nivel de ellos
that landlords, those who utilize unfair business
que estos
practices,
caseros con prácticas de negocios injustas
they worry about the district attorney, unfortunately, not the
hacen
city
caso,
attorney.
porque desgraciadamente sí les preocupa la fiscalía, no necesariamente el abogado de la ciudad.
So we will keep trying
Así
on,
que
on
vamos a
both
seguir
tracks.
haciendo estos esfuerzos de ambos lados.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, Lourdes. We're going to continue with our items on the agenda.
Vamos a continuar con el orden del día.
Gracias. Renee?
Before I begin, I want to say I'm really saddened by the troubles that the people in Oxnard Apartments are going through.
Thank you, Renee.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and council members. My name is Renee Ayu, representing the Harbor and Beach Community Alliance. We were very happy to see the strong support and recognition that the council gives to programs that benefit kids in this community, because that is the reason I'm here today. I want to talk about an organization, a community organization that does benefit the kids in this community. And that organization is the nonprofit Real Guppy Outdoors, located at Oxnard's only recreational harbor, the Channel Islands Harbor. Real Guppy Real Guppy is also a 501c3 nonprofit organization and provides a positive environment where kids can learn to fish and are taught the importance of protecting coastal resources and the wildlife of the ocean. Through Real Guppy, kids and their parents, and even grandparents, can experience the outdoors and have fun catching a memory together for free. Kids experience everything hands-on. They learn with their parents how to fish, from baiting their hooks to catching their first fish. All of this is totally free. That means they get all the fishing equipment and gear and the lessons, whether it's on the beach, the docks, or the boat, for free. Over 6,000 youth have been through this program. As you are aware, there are many, many kids throughout Oxnard who have not even seen the ocean. This is why the Harbor and Beach Community Alliance is asking everyone in Oxnard to support the Real Guppy Outdoors. That's also endorsed by many organizations such as the Coastal Conservancy Association, the California Fish and Wildlife, the Port of Hueneme, NOAA, the Girls and Boy Scout, and the Foster VC Kids. You can go and see for yourself the smiles and faces and testimonies of the many kids who have gone through this program. You just go to www.realguppyoutdoors.com. And the wonderful thing is that it takes only $40 to support and sponsor one kid through this program this summer. And that's what we are going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. And the Real Guppy has been in existence for quite a while. They're doing an excellent job for our youth. Thank you so much. Okay, Madam Clerk, we also have now somebody's going to be Carla Alejandra. Is he a Zoom participant?
Mayor, Mayor Zaragoza, she is available virtually.
Okay.
Carla, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I just wanted to comment and commend students across the country putting pressure on their colleges to divest from weapons manufacturing and sever ties with Israel and the ongoing genocide, and are in solidarity with the Palestinian people. California students especially have taken many campuses like Humboldt, San Francisco State, Berkeley, UCLA, Stanford, UCSB, and USC. It's commendable that students are putting themselves on the line to pressure their campuses and gain material gains for the Palestinian people. But it is a shame that so-called leaders of this city don't have half the courage that these students have. You could not even consider voting on a symbolic ceasefire statement. No one was asking you to do anything more than sign a piece of paper that said Oxnard supports a ceasefire. That's it. And you couldn't even do that because you couldn't handle some people being loud and speaking out of turn. Students face expulsion, arrest, police violence, harassment, and some of you couldn't even handle listening to people. You hide behind lukewarm takes, both sidism, and the eternal excuse of, I'm just not that educated on the topic. Well, it's time you start getting educated, because it is embarrassing to have so-called leaders that lack conviction, courage, and who are ignorant to the power structures of a capitalist society that affect the most marginalized from Palestine to Oxnard. And also a comment earlier, I heard y'all commending those students, which is interesting because I asked myself, if these students grew up and were part of these encampments, how would you talk about them and would you commend them? But also I heard a lot of like people saying, oh, I'm so sorry if I butcher your name. I'm so sorry. Like less of that and more of, hey, actually let me learn how to pronounce these non-English, non-white names properly. Next time, please, like at least make the effort to learn how to pronounce non-white people's names. Please. Thanks.
Okay, our next speaker is Nadia Bello, Bell.
Mayor Zaragoza, Nidia is currently not available virtually or in person.
Okay, and then the next speaker is Madre.
Mayor Zaragoza, Madre is also not available virtually or in person.
Our next speaker is Carolina Apodaca Morales.
Carolina is currently not available.
And again, that's all the speakers I have currently. Any additional speakers and items under the agenda?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you so much. So then we're going to go to item F. This is a report of the city manager. Is your city manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of rather light items tonight. So the day before I went on vacation, I had the privilege to go visit with the 5th graders at Harrington School. You can see some of them there. So there were 2 5th grade classes there. And I had the honor and the privilege and the joy of spending 60 minutes with them. So first half of it, we played the famous game, Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader? And no, I'm not. They answered almost every single question correctly. And then for the second half of the hour, I played a different game with them where I asked them what they would put on the map of Oxnard. And we had some really interesting conversations as they were coming up with what would be important to share with visitors in Oxnard. So now I'm going to show you that map. All right, so just take a look at this, and let me just go through them. So one student knew that we were near the ocean, so that helps. They spoke about farms, so there's a representation of farmland. Fortunately, they named the police department and the fire department, and of course their own school. They named Oxnard College, they named the hospital. Some of them knew it was St. John's. And a library, although it turns out they meant the library in their school. Okay, but then let's look at the rest. Here we go, Petco, In-N-Out Burger, Ralph's, Walmart, Superior Groceries, Chick-fil-A, Topper's Pizza, Starbucks, McDonald's. We had an interesting discussion about Starbucks, because I wasn't sure why fifth graders knew Starbucks so well. And of course, Oxnard College. So there it is. This is what the map of Oxnard is to a couple of fifth grade classes at Harrington School. So I just wanted to share that. And then the next morning I got up and I went on vacation, and that was in my last performance review. The council told me to take a vacation. So after 5 years, I finally planned one and went. And the mayor asked me this interesting question when I told him I was going to go and walk in the woods, and he just looked at me and said, "Why?" And I actually couldn't answer in that moment, but I want to share with you just a few photos. So here's a raging waterfall. It's quite cold. This is in the wilderness in New Zealand. This is up on one of the ridges. Unfortunately or fortunately, it snowed one day, and so I had to hike through all of this. And these are the scenes. So the one thing I would say is when you're out in the wilderness, you are nobody. And it's a great feeling to be out there and just be nobody. So I made it. Obviously, I survived.
So my understanding, you didn't have a cell phone, is that?
No cell phone service. So one thing, many fascinating things, but at the nighttime during in the campsite, had a limit of 50 people. And it was amazing to sit around with 50 people and nobody was on their phone. Nobody, because there was absolutely zero cell phone service out there. Anyway, so that's why. It's when you're out there, you're nobody, and if you're lucky, you get a few moments of serenity, and that's why.
So, Mr. City Manager, you left the city in good hands because Ashley Golden did a really good job. She brought donuts for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Perrella.
I have a question, City Manager. When the children described Oxnard, did they mention the beach?
No.
I will bring that up in my councilman's comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you so much. Our next item is City Attorney's Department. Excuse me.
Yes.
Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is the item that was promised, I think, at the last meeting, where the state of local emergency that the council declared concerning the storm event in late December, the time has come to now terminate that state of emergency, and I believe that the Community Development Director is here if you have any questions about some of the actions that we kept the emergency active for. But otherwise, the state law requires that when we no longer need to be in that state of emergency, that the council terminate it. So that's what we're asking you to do tonight.
Thank you. Before we call for a motion to adopt it, we have Councilman Turan.
Thank you. And I would just hope to get a quick update regarding permitting costs for folks who are doing repairs from flood damage. And if we had folks who took advantage of that, and we don't need specific numbers, but did we have folks who were able to realize waived permitting fees to expedite costs or expedite the repairs and help them with at least that cost portion?
Jeff?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Council, Jeff Bengelli, Director of Community Development. We had 7 permits issued under that director's order. Not the magnitude we could have expected, but it's hard to anticipate what floodwater in the street manifests itself into as far as home damage. Is it just carpet and flooring, or is it something more substantial? Approximate dollar value of fees waived was about $1,500.
Okay. And as I recall from when we had this discussion at the council meeting where that came up as an item, there are particular types of repairs or jobs that would not require a permit in this case. And I would imagine that might have been one of the reasons. But can you remind us what some of the potential work that would happen that would trigger the need for a permit?
Yeah, and just to add to that before I give that answer, we reached out to all those properties that we felt may have been subject to flood damage. Those that we had contact information for, we reached out, we emailed them information on the specifics of these kind of criteria. Essentially, a very small amount of drywall can be repaired without permits. I don't want to misstate the criteria, but essentially 1.5 sheets of drywall. So if they have a few small wet spots and they just want to repair a square here and there, that would not necessarily require permits. Some caveats: if you're in an apartment building and have adjoining homes, that drywall repair, even a small amount between units, is something that needs permits. But generally, flooring and carpeting that need to be repaired, repainting, things like that, do not require permits. And we have a guide that we prepared that gives a little more specificity on all those items.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pengilli. Much appreciated. And my last question is just for maybe our city manager or his team. Just as a reminder for the public, can we talk about some of these emergency actions we took as a part of this? Such one example was the waiving of permits, but we had street sweeping and a few other items. Can we just kind of summarize what those were just for the public to hear?
If I can recall, so waiving the permits, canceling street sweeping enforcements on the streets that were affected, putting out large garbage bins for over several weeks so that people could take their damaged furniture and so on. What else am I forgetting here?
And the roll-off containers were
right,
the
the
large,
large
I don't remember the size, but the largest ones we have.
Right, so that people, didn't, so that they didn't have to worry about dragging all that down to the actual dump, but also so that it wouldn't just be left in the street. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Councilman Perrello?
A follow-up, City Manager, those containers were provided free of charge by the city?
Yes and no. We absorbed the expense because it was cheaper for us to do it that way than to pick it up later, dispersed out throughout the community.
Thank you.
I also want to add, and I'll have a report with final numbers hopefully at the next council meeting, but the Community Foundation, the Ventura County Community Foundation, really stepped it up and did their own separate fundraising to help the flood victims, and they were able to provide gift certificates to the affected residents of Oxnard, Port Hueneme, and the city, a little bit in the city of Ventura. So all we did was help them to pass those out. So at the next meeting, I hope to have some final numbers on that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is for Mr. Pengilli. With regard to the guide that you said is available, where would that be available to the public, and is there a charge for the guide?
Councilman Perrello, that guide is on our website. I didn't check before this meeting to make sure it's still up, but there was a banner for the flood damage. And it's just a simple downloadable PDF with some other links for some flood damage recovery related links that we've obtained from FEMA and the Red Cross.
If some people do not have access to computer, we could print a copy out for them?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
The next question is for the city manager and the city attorney. Recently, there was some sort of an announcement, federal government or states declared certain states and certain areas eligible for more recent resources because of the damage, storm damage. Does that cover any of the areas in Oxnard? Outside of what we are going to vote on tonight?
I think I heard the same news story on that, and I believe that was a different storm event.
Okay, thank you. But when we get the details, we can report it back to the council? Thank you. Those are my other questions.
Okay, so our recommendation here is that the city council adopt a resolution proclaiming the termination of the severe storm local emergency. Do we have a first on that?
So moved.
First by Councilman Perrello,
Second.
second by
Valenzuela.
Oscar.
Valenzuela.
Okay, Arthur Valenzuela. First by Councilman Perrello and second by Councilman Valenzuela. Please vote.
No public comments.
No public comments on this item, right? Additional comments?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no public speakers for this item.
Councilman Teran?
Real quickly, with that motion and the second, I just want to take the moment to thank the staff who were involved in this. There's multiple departments from community development, public works, fire, police department, and the city manager's office. And my apologies if I'm leaving anyone else. Our water division, obviously, and housing. Yes, housing, of course. And everybody really jumped in to work together on this. And there were people who were directly affected. I've met with Assemblymember Steve Bennett on this and expressed, my concerns and frankly, my disappointment in our state and federal level on how there was inequity in how this was not able to be, how residents of Oxnard were not able to be supported on this. And my personal opinion, the outdated FEMA guidelines that are there for this type of disaster, a community like Oxnard with many communities of color and low socioeconomic status communities, those numbers should count more towards that threshold because of the disparity in how this affects people. People lost their only mode of transportation from cars that were paid off and had only liability insurance, or people who didn't have any insurance at all, or people who mostly did not have flood insurance. And this is the southernmost end of District 2, is the heart of District 4. We had the city of Hueneme. I mean, so many people affected directly by this. As I mentioned, communities in Oxnard, but when we look at Hueneme, many seniors who were affected. And it's just disappointing to me, and I've expressed that to our assembly member on that, and we had a good conversation, hoping this is a learning opportunity for the next levels of government. So thank you.
Thank you for that, and I agree with that. I think that our staff worked really diligently on this item. That storm was one in, 5,000 years, 10,000 years, when you get 6 inches of rain in 24 hours, that's just unbelievable, but thank you again, as you mentioned, to the entire staff. So please vote on this item. It was first by Perrello, second by Valenzuela. Please vote.
Mayor Zaragoza, I have a motion by Councilmember Perrello, a second by Councilmember Valenzuela. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next item is item G. This is a city council. Members have an opportunity to make brief announcements of their activities, and also if they have any items they'd like to place on the agenda for future agendas. And 3 minutes, and we'll start off with Councilmember Teran. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to real quickly thank the Carriage Court Neighborhood Council for having their most recent meeting. I unfortunately had to work my full-time day job that evening and couldn't attend, but I did hear that they were going to discuss Quimby funds, and that they did have a turnout of folks. The neighborhood council chair did express he wished more folks were there, but I think we could say that about any neighborhood council meeting, whether there's 6 people or 60 people, you could always have more. But I do appreciate the efforts of the chair and the executive board and the residents who turned out for that meeting. My apologies that I myself couldn't attend that evening. But I did attend the Sierra Linda Neighborhood Council meeting this past Thursday, and they had a really good turnout. And They actually got an update on Gonzalez Road construction, and that was a request they had on just a cursory update on what we have seen thus far and what to expect next. And there is also some information that I received from that meeting, a very positive community effort that's going to be happening in the Sierra London neighborhood that I will be helping to promote in the next couple of weeks here. So that's all I'll say for now on that. And just real quickly, regarding some requests for future agenda items, I know we get this annually. I would like to request that we get an update on the bicycle and pedestrian safety plan and where we are with that, as well as some of the changes that have happened since the development of that master plan and how we've had to adapt for that. I would certainly like to invite the public to hear that and then encourage discussion on it. And my last request on here is if we can, maybe in an update from the city manager in the city manager's report, when we have some numbers, look at what the cost of response was to this flooding event that happened on December 21st, as far as staff time, emergency operations time, cost of providing those large roll-off containers, et cetera. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Bazargan.
No comments this meeting.
Thank you. Councilman Sewell.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to just reiterate, I'd also like to see the bicycle plan come back in regards to safety in our city. And another thing I'd like to bring back, and I'm not really sure in what capacity this can get done. I'm really concerned in regards to the ordinance that we passed in regards to the renters. And I don't know if it's something that we need to tighten up more, if it's something that our district attorney is not going to be interested in fighting for, because then at that point, what does this policy do for us? And I would really like to see some discussion in regards to, do we need to go to our district attorney? Do we need to, as elected officials?
State officials.
State officials, we just, I'm very concerned that what we wanted to do, if it's not a possibility for us to do it, I think we need to know now instead of just kind of, going along and thinking we're doing some good when in reality, what we're doing up here really isn't working. So I would like to see something come back to us and have an open discussion on what our next steps should be.
And I think the city manager mentioned something important, that working with the DA, maybe deputize our city attorney to assist us. Good point. Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Perrello.
Thank you. I agree with Councilwoman Basua, but I've just finished an email to Supervisor Vianney Lopez. The district attorney is an elected official, so we don't have any leverage on him other than a vote. But Ms. Lopez can do something. That's an area that she represented. Councilmember Valenzuela is trying to do something. We need to get her to do something, and maybe she can motivate some of the other supervisors. Pressure is good. And I want to say, I'm very impressed, surprised, blown away. Brand new territory. I've been on the council for a while. Never have I heard a city manager make the statements that he made today with respect to the actions that he would take getting hold of the DA. And I'm not trying to score points for the gentleman. I don't know anybody else that does this kind of stuff and fighting for his city. I'd like to comment on the map that was presented with respect to the, and it might go a couple of minutes.
Sure. Got it.
Presented with respect to the Harrington School that the city manager was talking about. That is the same school that Councilmember Basua and myself did reading to the students. And she may remember, we met each other in the parking lot. I had been told previously, I think it's been the third year, maybe the fourth year I've gone, that a lot of the kids had never been to the beach in that area. And I asked last time, and there were some that had never been to the beach. And I asked this time, and it was first graders. And less than a third of the class put their hand up. And the teacher even said some of it in Spanish. had ever seen the beach, let alone been to the beach. It is amazing. This is Harrington School, south end of town, off Saviors Road. I don't know exactly which neighborhood it's in. Ms. Basua, can you tell me what neighborhood that is? Cal Giesler neighborhood. They've never seen the beach, let alone been to the beach. There is a tremendous, sometimes push to get lifeguards on our beach. Well, if we have lifeguards on our beach and nobody goes to the beach, what are we accomplishing? And the bottom line is, it's very little of Oxnard city limits that is actually public beach. Very little. And it would be, in my opinion, much cheaper to contract with the county that has more lifeguards if they're going to cover that part of the beach. Now, there was a presentation a little earlier about the teaching kids to fish. This presentation was made at the Channel Islands Neighborhood Council where I attended. There were a lot of people there, and I shared with them that there were tremendous areas in our city that people had never seen the beach. They were surprised. I mean, they didn't call me a liar in public, but I'm sure the looks on their face, they thought I was lying. If you ever get a chance to go to some of the schools in public reading in certain areas of our city, and you get a chance, ask that question. How many have never been to the beach, let alone seen the beach? There's an opportunity in other cities where they have a central location, such as Plaza Park, and they could run a bus from Plaza Park to the beach, say one spot of the beach where we have a park. Newly changed name, now it's after a Kumesh, and I'm not going to take a chance, as one public comment said, I'm supposed to learn how to say certain names. Sometimes it's difficult to learn them on the fly, and you embarrass the name and yourself. But I'm sure the people know which park I'm talking about. There should be something that could be done to run a bus back and forth. Have some city employees, and I'm not talking about breaking a budget, for a period of time, just watch the kids. We might get something where people start paying more attention throughout the city of Oxnard instead of the balkanization that is sometimes going on. And that's my last on that point. The issues that were brought up about the bicycles, I agree, the fatalities. But I hope we all looked at the police report that just came out. They did a sobriety checkpoint. They got a couple of drunks, a couple of people with suspended licenses, but they got 27 people driving cars in Oxnard without a license. And we wonder why there's accidents. People run red lights. They're driving a car, basically a deadly weapon. And this is going on in our city. 27 that they caught in one area that they checked. The Channel Islands Neighborhood Council had a terrific meeting. They brought in the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard explained what the new rescue things were with respect and what's going on. They televised the meeting. I would recommend any other neighborhood council meetings, tune in. You can find it online. They do a heck of a job. I had an opportunity, as this entire council has, through a litigation that we dealt in closed session with a fatality and serious injuries for somebody walking in the street because there's no sidewalk access. Yesterday, I'm on Rose Road going south, passing the Rose Shopping Center, and there's a gas station at the corner. And here is a food vendor taking up the whole sidewalk. There was no way to go around in back of him because it's all planters. There's no way to go through where the food vendor had his tarp taking the whole sidewalk. People have to walk out into Rose Avenue. And at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, that's a lot of cars. There's got to be something done about the sidewalk vendors and what they're doing, taking up public street. I know there's litigation and there's back and forth, but something has to be done before we have another accident. The question with respect to, and I can remember getting married one time, long time ago, one of the big days of my life. The gentleman that came with public comment, he talked about his wedding. I made damn sure that I asked the question, did a city employee book that or did the PAC book it? We need to get to the bottom of this. Who's booking these events and who's putting who in a situation where the responsibility or the embarrassment comes upon the city of Oxnard? There's a gentleman sitting in the audience, Mr. Andrew Gonzalez, an assistant city attorney. I want to thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. You gave a heck of a response to an individual that's having problems with a brand new home. And I did find out through various methods that my questions potentially, not from any city employee, potentially wasted a lot of public time and effort in getting a response. But you gave a great response. I want to thank you. And you shared it with the individual. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a problem, the city of Oxnard cannot be your mommy and daddy. They can't wipe your butt. They can't change your diapers. There comes a time you got to get an attorney. And hopefully you get an attorney that knows what's going on. In this particular case, a real estate person, they need to get a real estate attorney. And they need to get it before a statute of limitation goes, sorry, you slept at the switch, you fell asleep at the switch, you're out of luck. Now the last one of the more importance. I had the opportunity to go to a funeral for Mr. Harold Ceja, a gentleman that I've known since I got involved with my neighborhood councils, but a gentleman that did stuff that I had no idea this gentleman did. And I was there as a council member. The past mayor was there, the past city manager was there. Mr. Harold Ceja, it was pointed out multiple times the various things that he did. He was instrumental in the very first neighborhood cleanups. He was instrumental in making sure that the Oxnard School District straightened out one of the grammar schools in Colonia that never got equal treatment. I never heard about that stuff before. These people were mentioning it, reading the obituary and all the things that he did. I know that he was a neighborhood chair. I did not know that he was instrumental in making sure there was a bridge that went over the 3rd Street Bridge. I did not know that. I do know that he raised holy hell when it came to the disclosure of Colonia and Cooper Road, to his credit. There have been a lot of buildings and a lot of things named after individuals in this community. Mr. Ceja, with what was mentioned, deserves to have some public recognition. It was mentioned that he was instrumental in creating the Colonia swimming pool, instrumental in creating the Colonia gym. I wished I'd taken notes. They were clipping them off like this, all the things this man had done. And there's a prominent attorney in Oxnard sitting right next to me who've known him for decades. And he made one comment about Harold Ceja. The man never asked for anything for himself. He comes from a generation that is dying off. I'm requesting that we look into the facts of this case and we put something together, possibly recognizing this gentleman for the works that he did in the neighborhood. I can tell you, when I got involved in my neighborhood council, he went to bat, not just for Colonia, he went to bat in this room when developers were going after a chair for Oxnard Beach neighborhood, Diane Delaney. They tried to take her job away. And I remember him saying, you never take food off the table of a working man or woman. And he roused up the neighborhood chairs and we backed him. This was a hell of a man. And since I'm bringing this up and exceeding my time here, there's also an issue that's been going on with the world events and all the fighting and everything that's going on, good, bad, and different. There's a case, Takasuki and Carmona. Individual was put in a Japanese internment camp. An individual ran the grocery store. Everything was okay. When the person came back, he got the grocery store back. That kind of stuff needs to be recognized in the city. Mayor, that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me exceed it, and thank you.
Okay. Councilor Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll start by, reiterating some of the comments from my peers regarding the Via apartments. This is a very traumatic situation for these families and their children to go through, and, looking forward to seeing how we as a city can work with the district attorney and actually also communicate this with some of the supervisors, because they vote on the budget for the district attorney's office, and hopefully, if it's also happening here in Oxnard, we're very thankful for CAUSE bringing this to our attention. It could be happening to other cities throughout Ventura County as well, that they may not be aware of this, of the amount of media attention that this has been getting here in Oxnard Chambers. The next thing I just want to say, this past weekend, I was able to attend the California State LULAC conference here with our Mayor Zaragoza at the Zachary Dunes Mandalay Resort. It was very nice to see plenty of Latino leaders throughout the state here. I was also able to attend the Matthew Joseph Urango's Cola Boy services at the OPAC the previous weekend. Their family was very appreciative of the proclamation that Mayor Zaragoza had written, signed for them. So thank you so much for that. And then, so next, in 2 weeks from now, on May 14th at 6 p.m., there will be a Cal Giesler neighborhood meeting at Elm Elementary School. And the last thing I just want to state right here, if people are free tomorrow between 9:30 to 1, there is going to be an informational picket at St. John's. It's going to be hosted by SCIU UHW, some concerns of some of their staff members being outsourced. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just, I don't want to reiterate what all the council members spoke about today. And I agree that we need to have a lot of action between the city and our residents. I want to thank our city manager for working for the DA regarding the renters. And I think it's extremely important that we continue to work on that issue, because week after week and council after council come in, and those poor people, we don't need any more homeless people. We need to help those individuals. But I want to thank you, Mr. City Manager, for working on that. Additionally, as Councilmember Valenzuela mentioned, I attended the LULAC convention this weekend, the United Latin Americans Union. And I just want to share with you that we're very, very proud to have the 75th annual convention here in Oxnard, because my understanding that the convention has been held in San Francisco and Los Angeles and San Diego, in major cities across California. But it was really an honor for me to be there to present a proclamation. And I want to thank Councilor Valenzuela for standing up there with me to present the proclamation, and also Councilman Turan and his wife for attending, and of course, Oscar too. We met with, one of the important things that I'd actually share, we also met with Ron Bonta, our Attorney General for the state of California, and I had the opportunity to share a couple of words there with. They had a special little reception for the general attorney, and I had the pleasure of welcoming him to the city of Oxnard with Councilman Oscar with me and several other people. But one of the things that he mentioned to me, that his father was born here in Oxnard. But one of the things that I don't want to really, I need to share this. One of the things that he said that we have probably one of the best city managers. And this is what he said. I'm just quote. You were deputy city manager of Oakland, and he says, Mr. Mayor, I just want to let you know that Alex Nguyen is probably, you're very, very fortunate here in Oxnard to have a man like Mr. Nguyen here. And this is coming from the Attorney General of the state of California, that he said, you were a man that walked on water and didn't sink. But I just want to share that information. But he actually made a really, really good presentation. And again, sharing again that his dad was born here in Oxnard. And it was really nice to come back to the city of Oxnard, to the Sakari Dunes, which is really a beautiful hotel here at the beach. So it was really a great convention that we had here. 3 days, and I just want to thank him and thank Alex Mireles, who is a local LULAC representative here in Oxnard. So it was great to be there, and again, there was a lot of great speakers that spoke there, and the women's conference. They also talked about helping our youth, our veterans, and it was really a great convention. So thank you for that, and I'm not going to repeat it. I think everybody said thank you for the good work we're doing for Oxnard. But one thing I did mention to him, I always mention, and I mentioned to him, and I mentioned to all the elected officials there of the county, that I believe that we have probably one of the best city councils that I ever worked with, and probably one of the best executive team and directors that we have here in the city of Oxnard, from our assistant city manager to our deputy city manager to our city attorney and our police and fire and public works. And I'm sorry if I didn't mention other folks. But I believe that we probably have one of the best teams that I've ever worked with. And thank you for that. Thank you. So again, did we submit a motion on the ordinance? We did, okay.
Mayor, yes, you did vote on this item.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So our next item is item GI, this is City Clerk Department. This is appointment of a member to serve at the city.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. You're on item G1, the city clerk appointment of member to serve.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, then let's go ahead and appoint a member to serve as the city Senior Service Commission. The recommendation is the mayor, with the approval of the city council, appoint Gloria Marie Postel as a large member of the Senior Services Committee. So we need a motion on this item.
So moved.
So moved by Oscar, second by Basua. Please vote.
Councilmember Perrello stepped away.
I didn't see him.
Okay.
Go. Ready to vote? Okay.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
And we have no speakers on this item.
That is correct.
Okay. Our next item is City Clerk again, is appointment of a member to serve as the City Community Relations Commission. And the recommendation that the mayor, with the approval of the City Council, appoint Megan Tracy Salas to the Community Relations Commission representing District 6. Any speakers on this item before we take?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, we need a motion.
Yes, Mayor Zaragoza, before I make the motion, I just wanted to state, I met Megan about a year and a half ago, and like about a year ago, she got hired by Future Leaders of America, engaging with our youth in our local high schools and community colleges, along with also in charge of a management project for mental health art murals up and down the Central Coast. So I'm very glad to recommend her for this appointment. I move the recommended action.
Councilman Charan.
I will second that. I just want to take a moment for both of these appointees, these commissioners, to thank them for their volunteerism and willingness to serve their community in this capacity. We have a number of vacancies on other commissions as well. And as a former Parks and Rec commissioner, I fully loved the experience and what I got to learn in our city's operations and working with our park staff and public works and our recreation staff. And it just really, it was incredibly fulfilling as an experience. And I encourage folks who have an interest in any of these subject matter areas to please connect with the city clerk's department, or excuse me, city clerk's office to look at vacancies and see if there's something you'd be willing to volunteer your time as for a commissioner. And again, they are all volunteering their time. They are signing up to do this voluntarily to serve their community. As Councilmember Perrello so accurately says, as a commissioner, you don't even get a cup of coffee or a tank of gas or anything like that. So just wanted to give my sincere thanks to them both. And I second the motion by Councilmember Valenzuela.
And before we vote, I also want to thank Martha Guillen, my assistant, because she's been the clerk for CRC for many, many years, and thank her for the good work, for being the clerk there too. So we got a first by Valenzuela, second by Tehran. Please vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is item H.
Excuse me, sorry, Mr. Mayor, could I request a 5-minute break? I think we had a very emotional up and down the first 2 hours of the meeting. So we have a 5-minute break.
Okay, well,
please?
5-minute break.
Thank you.
Mhm. Good evening. We're going to resume our city council meeting. And we're now on item H. Item H. This is a review of the information consent item. And I'd like to share that we're going to remove item J2 for a future meeting. And also we have a correction on item J3. And the correction is item 1 and 3. There was a swap inadvertently between item 3 and 4, and we got a memo from all the city councils, which is corrected. So then, item 2 is going to be removed, pulled for later, and again, item J3, there was a correction because it was swapped between item 3 and 4.
Mr. Mayor, may I just clarify also on that item J3, the swap was of the names of the organizations, but the dollar amounts.
It is the same.
There's no consequence there, and we swapped line 3 and line 4. So 3 should be the Cesar Chavez Memorial March, and 4 should be the 4th of July fireworks by the sea. So just swapping, just transposing the names of the organizations.
Thank you for the correction. Councilor Turan is here.
Just as a quick clarification for that item as well, have the agenda item attachments been updated for the public to review on the website and in the agenda packet?
No, we just discovered that today.
We just discovered.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for being transparent for our staff and bringing that up.
Absolutely. It was just inadvertently, swapped, Thank you for that. So we have 7 items. Council members, any motion to approve or any?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have speakers.
Any speakers?
We have speakers for item J5. Let's see. The first speaker is Miguel Fernandez.
Okay, for item 5? Okay,
Yes.
Miguel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, and good evening, council. Many of you know that I am a Parks and Rec Commissioner, and this is in regards to an item that is pertinent to Durley Park. And I'm not here on an official capacity from the Parks and Rec Commission, but I'm sure that my comments would be shared by all of our fellow commissioners. This has been a long time coming for this particular item, and there's been a lot of activity at the Parks and Rec Commission over the years that we've been waiting for this. The users have been very eager for this to happen. The commissioners as well. The commissioners have been faced with a few different agendized items regarding this, and also sometimes comments for items that are not on the agenda. And I just want to say that everybody is really glad that we're at this point now. Mr. Andrew Ariola of the Sunset Little League, which is based there at the park, is here in the audience. I know that Mr. Howlett is here as well to answer questions if you have any. But we just want to express our gratitude that we're finally here. Thank you.
And thank you for that. And I know it's been waiting for a long, long time. We had a portable bathroom there for several times, and then again, that fire didn't help at all, so thank you for that. I think we've been working on that for a long time. We had insurance concerns too and so forth, but thank you, Miguel, for sharing. And now we have Angela, Angela? This is an item J5.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Angela Whitecomb. I just want to thank you for getting this project done. It's a huge priority for the neighborhood and the baseball league. They came to the Parks and Recreation Commission to voice their frustrations. And I just wanted to say that clean, safe, and open bathrooms are very important for the activation of a healthy park. Thank you.
Thank you. And also thank you to Durley Park, and all the people that volunteer there year after year. Thank you for that. Thank you. Council members, any
Mayor
motion?
Zaragoza, just for the record, we have no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The motion? Go ahead.
Questions on
Item
1, 5, 6, and 7.
1, 5, 6, and 7. Go ahead.
On
William.
item 1, just remind the fellow council members, when it comes down to our approval of the minutes, if we do it this way now, and I'm an example of somebody who says too much stuff, it'll say now, the quote, "The members of the council provided brief announcement regarding their various activities." If we want something included in the minutes, I suggest we give it in writing to the clerk so she can put it in the minutes verbatim, so she doesn't have to go through and listen to what we said to try and get it in the minutes. That's the only question I have on one. Suggestion. On
Item 5.
On item 5, with respect to the Drewley Park damage, I did ask about the fire, if there had been any findings with respect to the fire, and if there was, were there any rewards? And the fire chief gave some information, and I hope he can share it with us, please.
Additional information. Thank you, Chief.
Good evening, Council. Alex Hamilton, Fire Chief. To Councilmember Perello's question, the fire at the Drewley Park concession stand was ultimately was found to be undetermined. Unfortunately, there was fire in a trash can, but the light fixture above the trash can also had damage. So we couldn't determine whether the fire started in the light fixture and dripped down into the trash can, or vice versa, and therefore the fire was undetermined.
Okay, thank you. And then the other, if we can have the public works staff, this is a great example of our city going through, and when there's a bid process, to make sure that everything is hunky-dory. There's no slippery, slimy stuff going on in Oxnard. And just an explanation of why bids are rejected, why we had to go 3 times, and what does it mean when a bid is rejected? Does it mean that they did something wrong, or are they just incomplete, or they didn't meet our standards, or they changed their mind?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council Members. Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. With respect to the bidding process, we have certain requirements they have to meet to be responsive, to submit a bid package that we can accept. Sometimes they don't use the right forms, so we'll have to reject those bids. Sometimes they don't meet their criteria that we may list in the bid. For example, we may require them to self-perform a certain percentage of the work, and they're not meeting that criteria. Oftentimes, it's the forms they don't sign or fill out. Sometimes they don't list their correct subcontractors and meet some of the code requirements that are required. So oftentimes, the non-responsiveness is the failure to fill out the bid forms correctly or not meeting some of the code requirements.
And the fact that we give a certain time and date that this stuff has to be turned in, and then you examine it, if the person wants to come back and change the numbers, that's what keeps it above board, so nobody can change and take advantage of a situation, potentially find out that somebody had a little different bid.
Right, some of those things can really lead to a conversation about unfair bidding process. And so we do set the time and place for bids, specific hour of the day, and we don't accept bids that occur after that, and we typically would reject a bid if it doesn't meet the criteria. Now, there are some things, some minor irregularities that we could waive. Those are usually very immaterial. Maybe they just did an error in calculation. When they multiplied the number, they didn't do that correctly. Sometimes we can waive those if it's very clear what their intent was. But most of the times, the non-responsiveness is because of lack of information, lack of proper documents, lack of meeting the requirements that are specified in the documents.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the work you guys, the city does in checking that stuff's legitimate. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 6.
And item 6, 2 questions. One, we're talking about a watercraft, and I talked to the fire chief also. I didn't ask him this one. It includes upfitting costs, and I'm not sure what upfitting costs are for a watercraft. And the second part of the question is, it's a 2-part item. I have no problem with this chemical analyzer. The question I had was with the watercraft, it's coming from Measure O funds, and if the watercraft is, my understanding, will go to an auction. And the auction is a legitimate auction. Nobody's going to potentially, no council member is going to know there's a watercraft and I'm going to get a sweetheart deal on it. It's going to a legitimate full tilt auction. Whatever it brings, will that go back to Measure O, or will it go to the fire department? And I'm concerned because the reason I'm concerned, fellow council members, is these things would sometimes be budgeted in a fire department budget. And I am concerned, since we're going outside of fire department budget in Measure O, there's a lot of wants on other things for the Measure O. One's kind of a stone in my shoe is something for the senior center. Money put aside. This is not gonna make the senior center, but that's why I asked the question.
Yeah, so I can answer the first question. I can defer to the finance director on the second. But the first question, the watercraft, it's essentially a jet ski that we then modify for use in the surf to rescue swimmers in distress. So we add a sled to the back of that, and then we also have these big rolly wheels to be able to wheel it down through the sand and into the surf. So that's sort of the upfitting costs that go with purchasing that jet ski. The one that we've had, it's been in service for 10 years and has become so unreliable that it had to be surplused out. So the Public Works Director was just standing over my shoulder. Basically, any equipment that's managed by the Fleet Division that becomes surplus to the city's needs gets auctioned off in batches. So that jet ski's already been removed from service and is sitting on that surplus list, waiting for the next batch of former or surplus vehicle equipment to be auctioned off.
And in that auction, any member of the public, if they're aware of the auction, they can get involved in the process.
Yeah, I believe the auction company is JJ Kane, is what the Jose the Fleet Services Manager told me today.
I know that the city gets flyers from different ones. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Michael, anything else you want to add to, or the finance director, Javier, you want to share anything else on this?
Well, the second question is about the money, if we get any resources.
I'll start with that, maybe Javier can finish. We do have an asset reconciliation process. So for example, if an asset, a vehicle, we'll use a vehicle as an easy asset, was purchased through the water funds. If that asset gets auctioned off, then the proceeds of that would go back into the water funds. So we have that reconciliation process that happens depending on the funding source that purchases that asset.
Javier, you any additional or no? Is that Councilman, okay with that?
Well, but is that something that we can decide now? Because if we're taking Measure O money, which could go for various other things, it could be put back into Measure O money and not replenish something in a department that could have put it potentially in their normal operating budget.
Is that part of the winning process?
Is that a decision that the council can make?
Let me make sure I understand the question. Is the decision?
If we sell the jet ski for $1,000 and we get $1,000, can we put it in the Measure O fund so that the Measure O group can decide what they want to do with it versus putting it in the fire department so that unfortunately we might need the fire department to come back for Measure O and people that serve on the Measure O board would go, hey, wait a minute, we just did this not too long ago.
So I probably gave a bad example because I used the water fund. So if you purchase a vehicle with Measure O and that asset sells for $1,000, then Measure O gets the $1,000.
Okay.
Okay,
All
so
right.
But this is slightly different though, because the Measure O is going to purchase the new one.
Yes.
So it's not until that one gets auctioned.
Oh, it's a replacement.
So the question, as the city attorney just said to me, is what source came from to buy the one that we had to scrap?
Initially.
Correct, and so that's the reconciliation process. So whatever fund was used to purchase that asset, when that exact asset gets sold for auction, the money proceeds go back into the original funding source.
That makes sense to me. And if the life cycle of a jet ski is 10 years, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, and Measure O goes away, and Measure O bought it, where does the money go then?
Javier? Oh, my God.
Good evening, Javier Chagoyen Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer. That will move to the general fund.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the time and effort you guys put into this question. Thank you.
Or we can set up an account called Measure O. No.
No.
Well, yeah.
Item 7.
On item 7, I appreciate all the work that's been put into this thing, and I want to compliment the staff report prepared by Mr. Jim Costello. That's the only comment I had on that one.
Thank you. Okay. Council members?
I would recommend approval of info consent with the removal of item 2 and the corrections suggested for 3 and 4.
Okay, with the correction, so a second? Second by Oscar. Okay, with that correction, it was motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Madrigal. Please vote with the correction or the corrections.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Our next item is item K. This is a reports City Treasurer Quarterly Investment Report for the period ending March 29, 24. Recommendation that the City Council receive and file this report. And we have Mr. Phil Molina. Any questions of Mr. Molina at this time?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilman Perrella.
Let me get to my page, please. 276. Thank you very much for the detailed information. There is on page 277 of your report, it addresses the very top, the bank accounts at Bank of America. Underneath the very first highlighted yellow section, it says U.S. Bank's tax cost. Is U.S. Bank the same as Bank of America, or is it another bank?
No, there are two different banks. Bank of America is the standard we all know about. U.S. Bank is the one that holds our investments. And I think the best way to explain the difference, when I get up at about 5 in the morning, I get on the internet, I check with the brokers, they're calling me constantly, and I try to identify how much cash we have available based upon that information and the information I'm getting from a dozen or a half dozen brokers. I'll make a decision. I'll ask you for your input. I don't ask you for your vote because you don't have time to vote, but I ask for your input. Once I've made that decision, the information goes to Bank of America to let them know the dollar amount of the investment. Bank of America will then release that money to U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank is the holding bank that will hold that money until they receive from the broker the investment that we bought. They will make sure that the investment they receive is exactly the same CUSIP number as the investment we bought. The price is the same. Once they verified through their audit that we're getting what we bought, then they will release that money to the broker, who will then send it to either the corporation or the agency. So U.S. Bank is the middle bank that holds our investments. When we're ready to sell them or when they mature, then it goes in the opposite direction.
And I assume they get a fee for that?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you. On page 278, the top of the page, to the 4 lines down, it says before we reveal the details, we want to know the level of efficiency in our investment team. Now, I know that I get emails from you occasionally, blind copied, asking about what I think about certain investments. I don't consider myself part of an investment team. What is the investment team?
The investment team is the group of people that's made up of council members, according to our investment policy, and city staff, and members of the public. The city treasurer appoints those people, and the mayor also can appoint people to that investment team.
Okay, and I do say the Eden Amelia and Martha Guerrera are here helping. Are they part of the team?
No.
Okay. And that takes care of my questions. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, council members. Any other questions? Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. You had mentioned the investment team. It'd be all 7 of the council members here?
No.
Okay. Can you share the names of who's on the investment team?
No, I don't think so. I'd have to check with the city attorney.
Okay. Can you share the non-elected names of who's on the investment team?
Right now, I'm still looking. If you have anyone that you know of that would like to volunteer to be on that investment team, I've sent out numbers of emails, but I'm not getting anyone volunteering to get my 5 o'clock in the morning emails asking for their input.
Yeah, they do come early, but some of us wake up early and, are happy to see, folks are emailing us that early and thinking about us.
I've actually got some emails from people in New York that come to us about 1 o'clock in the morning.
I was going to say 5 o'clock for us is actually reasonable for them, but I see you're talking about 1 o'clock in the morning. So you had mentioned the investment team currently. I understand you want to check with the city attorney on sharing who's receiving those emails from the electeds. Who is currently on the investment team from the members of the public you just mentioned in Councilmember Perello's response to his question?
And
Is that who you're looking for? You're looking for members of the
That's who
public?
And I'm asking
Okay.
each one of you for your input on who you would recommend to join the investment team, who would love to get these daily emails from me asking for their input.
Okay, I must have misunderstood. I thought that the investment team was made up of some of the electeds, as well as currently recruited members of the public, but it sounds like you're recruiting members of the public. Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I wanted to high five those folks who have jumped on board, but if you're looking, the announcement's been made here publicly, so I hope folks who are interested in engaging in that process and having a little bit more say in the cash investments will step up to do that. Thank you.
And I'm thinking of inviting the city attorney to be part of that investment team so that he too can get those emails that I'm getting and they'll pass on to him, asking him for his input, not his vote.
Thank you.
Well, if I can say,
okay.
when I do get the blind copy, and I appreciate you get a blind copy, and I can understand your concern, the name that's not blind copied, asking, to invest or not to invest, is Miss Alicia Purcell, I believe, Miss Starr, correct?
Miss Alicia Purcell, yes, she's the deputy city treasurer that I've deputized, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers on this item? Madam Clerk.
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. This is a receive and file. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, our next item is item number 2, Fire Department. Is subject urgent emergency service performed by Toro Enterprises Incorporated to protect properties and city infrastructure regarding the Sunkist fire. And the recommendation is number 1 is to approve and authorize the mayor to execute a one-time payment with Toro Enterprises Incorporated, Toro, in the amount of $42,668,000 for urgent on-call services performed related to the Sunkist fire. To approve and authorize a one-time budget appropriation from the General Fund 101 available fund balance to the fire department operating budget in the amount of $42,668. And also, this was a pre-recorded item, a presentation. We have Chief Hamilton for any additional questions. Council members, Councilman Tehran.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Chief, for the information on this and the pre-recorded presentation. Because we can't do a live presentation on this tonight, I know this is mainly an operational item to cover the costs that Toro incurred in participating in the cleanup of this fire. Are there any, let me ask it this way. Based on the background of the staff report, can you just summarize for the public on some of the factors that we can share right now about this fire? I would imagine some of the public would be interested in hearing that, and then summarize where Toro came into play after the fact.
Yeah, so maybe I'll start with the second part of the question first, and then I can lead into where we sit today. So I believe it was March 5th the fire started. It very quickly grew to a point where there was no tenable space for anyone to be in that property or inside that building where we could put our folks at risk in trying to search that building. Ultimately, so what we call a defensive fire, where we basically have to stay on the outside and put water in, which is takes a lot of water to put a fire out that way. But ultimately, what ended up coming from that is that we had a fair amount of unstable structures left standing. We had a number of concerns. One, not only the train line, trains going by and potentially shaking those things loose. We also had high voltage power lines that run on that side of the property. In addition to the fact that even after the fire was put down, we couldn't safely put personnel inside that building to do an adequate search for any potential victims that were inside. So that was part of the need for this Toro contract. We did have some fantastic assistance from the Oxnard Police Department and their drone operators to be able to search through. Not only did we use those on the night of the fire, we had, as I think many can attest to, a lot of debris that was pushed up into the air. We had hotspots landing on roofs in the neighbourhood. And we actually used the drones to great effect to be able to spot those hotspots and go put them out before there was any issues. Thankfully, it was a high humidity evening, so we weren't too concerned about spread, but certainly in a different condition, we could have had a very chaotic evening. But ultimately, we also use the drones to get through to find and extinguish any hotspots, and then make a plan for. We actually brought out cadaver canines, so dogs that are trained to look for bodies. And so we were able to use the drones to plan for that search, use the contract with Toro to basically slowly peel the building, what was left of that building apart, to be able to do that search very methodically, safely with our personnel, and then ultimately bring down all the unstable parts of that structure. I can tell you that the investigation did determine that fire was incendiary. So we do have some video evidence that that suggests that. We did rule out it wasn't a warming fire, it wasn't a cooking fire, it wasn't a number of other ways that we've commonly seen fires in vacant buildings. But we are still actively pursuing a couple of leads, and so I'll leave my comments there in terms of where the investigation's at. But we the video did give us things to work towards, that surveillance video. But ultimately we are looking at a complete loss, and the value of the property is around $23 million.
Well, okay, thank you. And appreciate that information for the public. Before I ask my last question here, I just kind of learned and now appreciate that the drones were used in that way. And I see our police chief is here tonight. I do want to thank you and your team for deploying them, not only to be able, on the evening of, be able to see any potential for hotspots landing on people's homes or other businesses from fire that was sending embers or material up into the air and landing nearby, but also the ability for those drones to go into the building and look to keep fire personnel or other personnel from having to physically go in there. And another use of those drones that I just, I have a full appreciation for that now, so thank you. My last question here is, and I know it was mentioned in the presentation, for Toro, can you just explain quickly for the public how we landed on Toro Services to do that peeling away of the building, and why it was an on-call emergency situation, how we landed on them as a particular contractor to do that?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Turan. So originally we were actually working closely with the property owner. They had asked to actually bring their contractor out, which we were okay with. So we did start there. The contractor they had just did not have the equipment or the expertise for something like this. We needed much larger equipment and then much more competent operators in what we were doing. So these heavy equipment operators were actually working for, it was actually somebody from the Ventura County Fire Department that has experience running those canines. And so it's the Urban Search and Rescue Officer for Ventura County Fire Department. So Toro was actually, had the expertise and the big enough and equipment big enough and the experience where sometimes they're just trying to move things a few inches to be able to look behind, like what was behind there. And so when it came to figuring out who we could use, Toro, we knew due to the on-call contracts, we couldn't use those on-call contracts, but from those on-call contracts, we did know that they had all the correct insurance requirements and business license and everything they'd need to be able to function in the city. So it took away that whole risk management perspective, and they were able to bring their equipment in very quickly because we wanted to, the railway operators, everyone else, we actually couldn't get, there was a couple of hundred homes that did not have power until we were able to move some of the walls away from the power lines. And so there was significant urgency initially just getting the power restored to some homes to the east of that property, and then doing the rest of that work, which is why we very much needed someone quickly to come out there and get that work done. Toro was the company to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I go to Councilor Perello, what is the timeline to clean up the whole mess here? Because I'm getting a lot of calls from individuals. When are we going to clean it up? And potentially you might have some sand and the winds, they'll end up blowing that material all over the city. So any idea what the timeline is on this on this
So
cleanup?
the last communication that I had with the property owner was that their insurance company had asked them not to do any more removal of debris while they're conducting the insurance company is conducting their own investigation. I'm not sure if that investigation is concluded. However, they were given an emergency demolition permit around the time of the fire that gave them 6 months to clean up. And so if they don't get it done within that 6 months period, there's going to be significantly more requirements of them as they go through that cleanup process.
So they have 6 months to do it? Okay.
6 months.
That's very, very significant because of the location, it's Highway 1, and we have a whole mess of individuals that live on the west end of that property too, which I think.
Yeah, and we've already had at least one high wind day, and there are still some roofing materials on the metal structure that's left standing that aren't very stable. So I concur with your concerns, and we do need to get that thing brought down and
Cleaned up
removed as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Councilman Perrella.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, and I appreciate all the work that the public safety did, police and fire, in this matter. I understand there's an ongoing investigation. Are there any rewards that are publicly known? If somebody has some information, they could possibly, a little money loosens people's tongues sometimes.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember Perrella. So the one reward that I'm aware of is Ventura County Crime Stoppers has a $1,000 reward for arrest for a felony crime. And so that's the one reward that's available at this time.
Thank
so
you.
if anyone has any information, they can call the Ventura County Crime Stoppers.
Thank you. The second is, with an issue that has happened because of the airport and some material that's placed in adjacent to neighborhoods on the off Ventura Road, was there finding of any asbestos in the site? And would it be needed to be handled as hazardous with a cover over it? I believe that when asbestos burns or breaks down, they call it fry, and it does become airborne.
Yes, so our expectation is there was asbestos in that building due to how it was used in the past. I believe the vast majority of that material was burnt off the night of the fire. The structures that are left standing, those metal buildings, I don't believe they were newer construction, and I don't believe they contained asbestos. But in speaking to the air quality control folks, they seem to think that any issues were largely mitigated by the fire that evening, and they don't hold any current concerns. But I think it again speaks to the urgency of getting that site cleaned up as soon as possible.
Thank you for answering my questions, and I appreciate your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members. So we have item 1 and 2. So we have no speakers on this item.
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, so the item says approve the mayor to execute the one-time payment to Toro for $42,668, and also that the funds come from the General Fund 101 to replace a fund for the fire department. Made a motion?
So move.
So moved by Councilman Turan.
Second.
Second by Valenzuela. Please vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Chief. Our next item is item 3. This is a city attorney department introduction of ordinance amending Oxnard City Code 7-319, adding public areas to the regulations on camping. Recommendation that the city council, approve the reading of the first title only and waiving further reading of an ordinance titled, an ordinance of the city council of the City of Oxnard amending section 7-319 of the Oxnard City Code, adding public areas to regulations on camping. 2, find that the ordinance is not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, under state CEQA guidelines section 15060E2. In the ordinance, it will not result in any direct and reasonable, foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment, and is further independently exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15061B3, and it can be seen with certainty that no possibility that this ordinance would have any significant effect on the environment. This did not originate in the committee, and we do have a Measure M presentation, and we have Steve Fisher. Any additional information that is required?
Thank you, Mayor. If you have any questions, Deputy City Attorney Andrew Gonzalez is here, and he was the one that did the Measure M video, and he was the one behind most of the legwork on this, working with the police department to get this item together for you.
Before we share that, we have a speaker on this item, Ms. Angela Whitecomb. Angela, and then we'll let her speak first, Gonzalez, and then we'll go from there.
Good evening again. Angela Whitecomb, I'm the chair for the Wilson neighborhood and Parks and Rec and downtown. Okay, so the camping along K Street has had a large impact on our neighborhood. The amount of trash that has accumulated around the PAL facility, as well as the discharge of sewage from the campers, is a health issue. My neighbors don't feel safe walking to the shopping center. I can't even begin to tell you what a negative impact this has had on the PAL Center. Would you allow your children to play in front of an encampment or walk to the PAL Center through an encampment? While I am sympathetic to the plight of our homeless, these campers are not the ones using the shelter. So I'm for the shelter, I'm not for the people camping next to the shelter. I just wanted to make that clear. Once the armory is closed and the navigation center is open, this ordinance will continue to make a positive impact. Our neighborhood and downtown have been generous hosts with shelters, housing, and providing meals. All we are asking is for considerate guests in return. As a Parks Commissioner, Downtown Chair, and Chair of the Wilson Neighborhood, I fully support this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand we have a speaker, Carla Alejandra, excuse me. Carla Alejandra.
Mayor Zaragoza, yes, we have Carla. She's virtually. Carla, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
I've been watching these meetings for a long time. I've heard many of you say a lot of things on different topics, notably on homelessness. I can remember a few years ago, y'all speaking about a public restroom at Wilson Park, and Bert Perello speculating that homeless people could blow up the toilets. I recall months ago when members of the South Winds neighborhood came to speak on the motel down there being turned into a shelter and how they were scared for their kids. I remember Gabe Turan buying into this sentiment and thus reinforcing the dog whistle that implies that homeless people are a danger to children. Actually, the speaker before me just kind of reinforced that dog whistle, that homeless people are like dangerous to kids or pedophiles, I don't know. I have heard you all make remarks on homeless people that show you know nothing and understand nothing about homeless people beyond they look scary and I heard they're dangerous and do drugs. So it doesn't surprise me that you have this item that only serves to further criminalize homelessness. This city spends exorbitant amounts of money on punitive measures against homeless people instead of looking into research that offers actual solutions to help mitigate and end homelessness. Criminalizing homeless people doesn't work. Spending millions of dollars from the CARES Act to allow law enforcement to displace and disperse encampments doesn't work. You use incredibly anti-homeless language in this presentation, saying that this is for the safety and welfare of those who live and work in that area. That language further implies that homeless people are nothing more than a threat and a danger that the rest of us need to be saved from. And the worst part of all of this is that you don't even and will not recognize the deeply entrenched anti-homeless prejudices that you hold, which are dictating how you create policy on homelessness. And the last thing I'll say, I'll address the silly comment that Bert Perello made when I said about like that y'all have to learn how to pronounce non-white names. Bert Perello, you were talking about Alacoy Beach, right? That you wouldn't even pronounce that name, and you're like, oh, well, you know, you need time and you can't learn it on the fly. Sibling, it's been a year since that name got changed to Alacoy Beach, and you still haven't obviously taken the time to speak to people and educate yourself on the pronunciation.
25
So
seconds.
how much time do you need, brother, to learn how to pronounce non-white names? That's wild.
Okay, any other speakers? Madam Clerk, any additional speakers?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Councilman Turan, do you want to ask the question of the Secretary's office? Or, because we have,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I'll have to go back and rewatch that video because I recall from the recorded public meeting when Southwinds was here regarding the proposed motel being purchased for sheltering folks. I seem to recall that I respectfully pushed back on their concerns about it, saying, well, in my neighborhood, we've had the shelter since 2018, and this is what I have seen. And these are the things that happened and haven't happened. But regardless, I'll have to go back and rewatch, again, the recorded public meeting. Looking at this item, Mr. Gonzalez, I appreciate the work that went into this. I have to kind of summarize this by sharing that the Wilson and Fremont South neighborhoods both are bordered by Campus Park, and H Street and K Street is on the other side, the west side of Campus Park. And really this item is reflective of what the residents who actually live in that community, in those two communities, have been sending to the mayor and to Mayor Pro Tem McDonald and myself as far as their concerns about the actual impacts they see day to day. I go through that area almost daily, several times a week at least. I've had conversations with not just residents, but the unhoused folks who are there. And I know a couple of them, they know me when I come around, and we have good conversations. I will say that a number of them have shared their frustration with the number of folks who have essentially, I'll just use the phrase, ruined it for everybody else by being disrespectful or by having negative impacts on the area, when there were folks who were trying to live in their SUVs, who were trying to keep to themselves and just have a place that actually was a little bit out of the way. And that area has been the location of the current navigation shelter since 2019. In that time, I would say that Mercy has, for the most part, done their best to be a good neighbor, and I believe they are a good neighbor. And they have done some really great work to improve their services and make sure that their clients who are utilizing the shelter are doing so respectfully of the nearby neighbors. That being said, again, there are unfortunately some folks who have soured that for others. And I've noticed that there has been a decrease in activity there in the last couple of weeks, which has been nice. And when I talked to somebody about it and asked, hey, where are people going? Unfortunately, one of the things they mentioned is that some people who were staying there have overdosed. And of course, that was secondhand to me from that person. And we had a conversation about fentanyl and how that's affecting our unhoused population and the general population. But that was unfortunate news to hear as well. That is another layer that we are dealing with here. That being said, the residents around there have been asking for some solution or some addressing of the issue that's happened, or the issues that are happening or that are negatively impacting the area, as well as those who are directly impacted, not just the city facilities, the POW, the Navigation Center and Fire Station 1, but also the Masonic Center and the church that is right next door. They have had to take additional steps themselves as private properties in adding fencing and really working to try and, again, mitigate the negative impacts that are happening on their private property. And so when it was posed by residents and those folks on what can be done, this is the one of the strategies and solutions the city attorney's office and the police department has found, and that is essentially amending an ordinance that has been in existence since 2019. Folks may recall Plaza Park and how it was prior to that, and this was the original effort to address that, keeping in mind the case law and issue or limitations that are posed by that. I say all that just to kind of add context to this, because again, we're prohibited from seeing the live presentation tonight by Measure M. And so, Mr. Gonzalez, I'm hoping that maybe you could just take a moment to share a little bit about Martin v. Boise and Johnson v. Grants Pass, excuse me, and give us some context on how those particular cases limit what cities can do when it comes to addressing homelessness through punitive consequences and civil and then criminal actions. And then perhaps our housing director can share a little bit about what efforts we do with our outreach team to address our unhoused population to start with. So can you start with those two cases, please?
Yes, Mr. Gonzalez.
And thank you for the question, Councilmember Turan. I want to point out before I dive into those two cases that this ordinance is only expanding public areas where camping is prohibited. To kind of hammer home, this was already an ordinance that was in existence. We're just adding 3 additional locations. As to your question regarding Martin v. Boise, that case was decided back in 2018. It holds specifically that enforcement of anti-camping ordinances against homeless individuals who lack adequate shelter when no alternate shelter is available constitutes cruel and unusual punishment under the 8th Amendment. This case, there was an attempt to go forward with the Supreme Court to take this case to that level, and they did not take this particular case. However, Johnson v. City of Grants Pass came later on in 2023, and there the Ninth Circuit, the same circuit that ruled for Martin v. Boise, took it a step further, and their ruling was anti-camping ordinances which prohibited the use of items necessary to facilitate sleeping, such as pillows and blankets outside on public property, violated the 8th Amendment's cruel and unusual punishments clause. Here, specifically in Oregon, you need materials like that so you don't freeze to death overnight. This particular case, they also tried to go forward to the Supreme Court, and this case is currently pending. Oral arguments happened last week, and I anticipate there being a ruling in the next couple months, probably June. That ruling will dictate what cities throughout the state of California can and can't do based off of these current cases that are current case law. As of right now, this ordinance that's before you is what we can go forward with under Boise for time, place, manner restrictions. Under Boise, we would not be able to prohibit camping throughout the entire city. However, these locations, it is okay to do that under the Boise case law, specifically footnote 8, which dictates that time, place, manner restrictions are possible.
For the additional locations that you...
Yes, these additional locations that are in front of you. As long as we don't get to the entire city, these additional 3 locations are okay under
Specific,
Boise.
yeah.
And there are objective reasons I saw stated in the presentation as to how we landed on these locations, especially with so many other areas of the city that certainly could be candidates. We certainly can't pass a blanket ordinance that would cover the entire city, but any of these spots that have had demonstrated negative impacts, it seems that we have that in front of us.
Yes, for these particular 3 locations, and because Councilmember, you did bring up the whole punitive measures, which was brought up from the caller as well, I'd like to point out that this particular ordinance gives more tools in the tool belt for the police department to issue these citations to these individuals, which then comes to the city attorney's office in front of me. We go forward with misdemeanor complaints with the goal of working with the public defender to obtain judicial diversion so that these individuals are kind of moved towards getting services. It's really not, punitive is not the goal. It's another route of getting services for these individuals.
Great, thank you for that. And I think that answers my questions on that. I'm wondering if our housing director wouldn't mind just sharing a little bit about what our street outreach team does and what our initial contacts would look like typically with folks who might be on K Street or Mercantile, and what our first attempts are with them, or continued attempts in some cases.
Thank you, Councilman Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. You're right, we do have a street outreach team and program. We contract with Salvation Army to do that. That street outreach effort is done in coordination with the County of Ventura and Human Health Services, as well as the Oxnard Police Department. That collective team responds to homeless persons that are in the field and unsheltered, and in offering services, as well as enforcement, if enforcement is needed or services where services are needed. In terms of K Street, as you mentioned yourself, Councilman, at K Street, it hasn't always been in the condition that has been expressed. We can theorize as to why it got to that point. I think largely in response to the outreach that occurred throughout the city and other encampments, and also the change that you have seen at K Street over the past 2 months is also a response as a result of encampment response. So we did use the grant that we received from the state and offered that relocation services, and that's why you're seeing the result right now.
Great, thank you very much. And my last part, if I can, Mayor, if our police chief would be willing to just summarize what our homeless liaison officers team does for these types of services as well.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jason Benitez, Police Chief. We have a homeless liaison officer team that consists of 4 officers, 1 corporal, and 1 sergeant. And their job is to work with a lot of other service providers and city departments in, first and foremost, is engaging the homeless population and attempting to get them into services. Now, I strongly agree with the notion that homelessness is not illegal. But there are times where there are behaviors that do cross the line into criminal behaviors that we do have to address. And our homeless liaison team with us tonight is also Commander Kevin Basinger, the manager for that team. We make efforts to exhaust all other remedies before having to enforce. And so the report talks a little bit about what they deal with per year. I believe it's about 6,200 calls just for this one team that they deal with in encountering our homeless individuals. So they build relationships with them. They know them. They get to know which ones are service resistant, which ones that need additional help, and those that need that enforcement's the appropriate avenue.
Great, thank you, Chief. And last thing I'll say, Mayor, and I appreciate all of the responses from Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Ramirez and from Chief Benitez. I've said it plenty of times that homelessness is a complex issue. There's no one thing that any city or county can do that's going to solve homelessness. There are multiple people with their own path, their own journey, their own experiences that brought them to where they are now. And there's no one thing we can or should be doing that would help every person in every case. And we need to have multiple angles and multiple options for folks, because they are unique individuals, just as all of us up here and in the audience are unique individuals and with individual needs. So I appreciate that we're doing what we can with the resources we have to address this in the way that we best can for as many cases as we can. Because sure, every city and every county could be doing more, the city of Oxnard included, but we are doing what we can with what we have. And I appreciate this item, and I appreciate the work that's gone into this.
We have another speaker.
Yes, Mayor Zaragoza, we have another speaker who want to speak after we already announced that there's no additional speakers. Do you want to take the speaker now?
Well, but we have, let's go ahead and have the speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez.
Caller with phone number ending in 9665, please press *6 to unmute and introduce yourself if you like, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Macri Ortiz. Am I on?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and council members. I think we need to look at this from a different perspective because we're always running around chasing our tails. We got to look at what the root of the problem is in terms of, at least I'm speaking specifically with respect to K Street. And we have a homeless shelter there. We've had it for a long time. We never had any problems. When did this problem start? It started when Oxnard Union High School District vacated all of their facilities there. The airport, keeps everybody from doing anything. You can't do anything productive there. So it's basically an attractive nuisance. And we were the ones through this whole, abandoning that neighborhood and creating blight, we're the ones that caused this situation. And I think we got to start dealing with the airport in terms of getting some creative ways to use this property. When the high school was there and the shelter was there, when I say the high school administration was there and the shelter, there wasn't problems because there were people. Now it's just abandoned. And so then the word gets out, hey, there's nobody here who's going to bug us. And so that's why they all ended up there. And we can, slap another public areas that we, as to give you a handle for how to deal with it. But we got to deal with the underlying problem. And the underlying problem is the abandonment of all that property and making this area of the city a slum. So that's what you got to take on. And that's what you got to start being creative with the airport and not letting the airport dictate what happens in our city all the time. Because that is the problem here. Okay. I appreciate everything that the city does on the homeless issues, and I'm really excited about the navigation center that is almost built, and I think we are doing a lot. And I'm not discounting any of the work that the city's doing, but I am really upset. Particularly, it's my neighborhood. My neighborhood has just gone to hell because there's nothing there, and that creates the problem. And at one of these days soon, you fellas have got to figure out, and ladies, have got to figure out how to attack this problem. Because as long as we let the airport dictate what happens in our community, we're going to get, pardon my French, but you know the word I was going to say, because that's it. And that's the problem there. So, chasing people out of it, it's not the solution because we still have that abandoned property. And yes, they had to put up fences because they didn't, take care of it. And they say they can't sell
thank you,
it
Barbara.
because of the airport.
Thank you, Barbara.
So please start working on that. That is the problem.
Thank you so much. Mr. Gonzalez, hold on a second. I'm going to hand this off to Mayor Pro Tem, but I just want to share something that Oxnard is not unique with homelessness. If you watch the news and TV, this is throughout, especially in Los Angeles. I was hearing Mayor Bass the other day about the homeless issues in Los Angeles. This is really what we have here is just trying to, I think safety is really important for the community. It's really important that we take care of our homeless issues. There's a lot of mental problems. So we're absolutely, I know we're discussing a lot of discussion, but we're not unique. So I just want to share that with you. Mayor Pro Tem. Any other speakers?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers virtually or in person.
Okay. Councilor Peralta.
Thank you, Mayor.
We have our-
I appreciate the speakers and I appreciate the item. Mr. Gonzalez, you mentioned the city of Boise and the city of Grants Pass, and we're talking about Oregon. Why does Grants Pass, which is in Oregon, and Boise, which is in Idaho, impact us? Is it because of the Ninth Circuit Court? Can you explain that? That's why that impacts us, and just how far-reaching is the Ninth Circuit Court?
Yes, Councilmember Perallo, it does encompass California. There's various states on the West Coast that it encompasses, including, as you stated, Oregon and Idaho. Really the direction that we're going to get in the next few months is how the Supreme Court rules. And obviously, I don't know how that's going to happen. I did listen to oral arguments, and I don't know how they're going to rule. But when they do, it's either going to be overruling the current grants pass case, whether that is narrowly or widely, or they're gonna affirm currently what we're doing. But to the mayor's point, this is not an Oxnard specific problem. This is the entire state of California, again, because cities are, there's only so far that you can go because of these cases. And because of that, it really is, you could not ban homelessness in the entire city under Boise. It really is time, place, manner restriction, and we're well within those bounds for these specific locations. And I'd like to point out, it is only 3 additional locations, and my understanding is there are maps of those locations available.
Can we put the map up to let the people, if we have a PowerPoint?
My understanding is yes.
I did understand that they have the map in the back.
We do have a map.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, there we go.
You could, because it's difficult to see there, if somebody with a PowerPoint can identify where we're talking about, what's what.
Yes.
The 3 locations.
And that's the location. Yeah, that location is K Street. Let me get the description, but it should be between 3rd and
K Street,
4th
second
Street
to
on
fifth.
K Street.
Second Street.
Second to fifth.
2nd and 5th, sorry.
Ironically, it looks like a runway.
Looks like a run.
So that's, the cross streets are 2nd and 5th, and the highlighted area is K Street.
So the highlighted pink area is the area that, okay, that will be the entire area of the exclusion.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for putting the map up.
And there
I'd
should
like
be-
to address a couple of comments that one speaker did.
So, Councilmember, I believe there's another,
Down at the bottom.
more map
Okay.
pictures.
There should be 2 more maps because it's a
Please.
total of 3 areas.
Please. Thank you, City Manager, City Attorney Fisher, thank you.
The next is Mercantile. And for Mercantile, this one was a little bit tricky because it's by the railroad tracks. So the specific language is the area of K Street between, oh no, that's what we just did, sorry. The train tracks abutting Mercantile Street, the area encompassing 35.94 meters to the east and west of the train tracks abutting Mercantile Street, bound by fencing, bound to the north by the south of East Woolley Road, and bounded to the south by the north of the Pacific Coast Highway. And that again is that pink highlighted area.
And the 3rd item?
And the 3rd item encompasses the Central Business District. Most of this is already currently part of our current ordinance. The only thing that has changed is the very top portion. It originally ended at 2nd Street, which should be like 2nd Street from the top, but now it comes all the way up to Mercantile. So, sorry.
This is
Magnolia.
contiguous. It's contiguous to Mercantile.
So it goes all the way up to Magnolia now. Sorry, they both started with M.
Thank you very much. I'd like to address a couple of comments that were made. I don't recall, and I make mistakes, but I do not recall I ever said that a toilet in Wilson Park would blow up. I did say, when a brand-new toilet facility had been put in Wilson Park, a brand-new one, that the homeless, Public Works had told me multiple times, washed their socks in it and plugged up the pipeline. Had to be digging it out multiple times. So they did plug up the toilet. They didn't blow it up. The person may have misunderstood. The next is the word aliquot. I'm saying it here, and I didn't want to say it because I had the opportunity and the good fortune to be at that park when it was dedicated, along with several council members, city manager, a lot of dignitaries, and people from the Chumash community. And some people in the Chumash community, even at that event, were in not extremely heated, but a somewhat heated discussion on how the name should be pronounced. The other thing is for someone to make a comment that the council doesn't care about the homeless. That person is, in my opinion, not paying very close attention. This council has taken a position to put a lot of money into homeless buildings. We gave property valued at a lot of money. This, And I can recall when I was one of the persons at the podium asking a lot of hard questions. The only point that I would make with asking the hard questions is certain things matter. And those things that matter are facts and evidence. And I'd like to quote for the young lady. I'm assuming the young lady. This is a quote from a gentleman named John Adams, December 4th, 1770. He was defending British soldiers on trial for the Boston Massacre. And what he said was, facts are stubborn things. Facts are stubborn things. And whatever may be your wishes or inclinations or the dictates of your passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence. That's pretty good for a council member to know and a member of the public to know. And I appreciate that I live in a country where people can come to the podium and say what they did, as I have in the past, and as I say what I say up here. Thank you very much. That's all that I have.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Valenzuela, any questions of Gonzalez?
Yes, actually, I have a question for our housing director, Emilio
Housing
Ramirez.
Director. Okay.
Thank you. I was curious because it's mentioned here in the staff review. When is the Homeless Solution Center supposed to open?
The construction was supposed to have been finished by the end of 2024. Right now, it looks like it's going to be a little bit behind, and we're expecting May 2025.
So about a year away?
About a year away.
All right. And I guess, thank you. And I guess, looking at this, we're expanding this policy from 2019. I'm curious to see, I don't know what's going to happen in June or July when we get these Supreme Court decisions. But I guess, is this the idea that we're going to continually expanding this policy in the future as these unhoused individuals move throughout the city or find other locations? So and it's just, having to revisit this policy, public policy, we should be reviewing every couple of years. But is it possible that we can consider deferring or implementing this policy once the homeless center is open by any chance? Is that a possibility?
What we're currently presenting right now is valid under current case law. What the Supreme Court ends up ruling, I couldn't speak to that specifically. However, that likely is going to happen around June, if not in the next couple months. So once that happens, we'll get more direction of what we can do moving forward. But as of right now, this is valid under current law.
And I understand that.
Let me add to that, though, because there's a different part to your question, which is, I believe what you're asking is, once the new navigation center is open, could we then,
that's right,
I think you said defer, but I also interpreted perhaps temporarily suspend this?
Not suspend it, but not, I guess, amend it at this time until this center is open is what I'm curious of. Because
you mean delay it now?
Correct.
Okay, so I wouldn't recommend that because we would, to answer both questions, the one I misheard and this one, we have to work with the facts on the ground. So these areas are proposed based on hotspots that are
There's a lot of
all of our
concerns.
staff experience. So it's based on the facts on the ground. So I wouldn't recommend that we defer this, and hopefully now, once the navigation center is open and we have better facilities, and depending on what happens with any eventual Supreme Court decision, we would evaluate then. But we got to work with the facts on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess one comment I also want to state, I believe the County of Ventura released their homeless population update, and I think it's cited, I believe what I read properly was that the city of Oxnard's population has declined this past year from the previous year. So I just wanted to say thank you to our staff for their efforts on that end. Thank you.
I don't have the numbers memorized, but the overall homeless count went down by 3%. But more importantly, the unsheltered count went down by almost 20% because the sheltered count went up. And for as long as we continue to provide the shelter services, then these ordinances are important to consider. If we stop providing those services, then that's when we are in danger of these ordinances. So as long as the shelter count continues to go up and the unsheltered count continues to go down, then we're in good place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to say anything, but I just can't restrain myself at this point. And I'll start out by saying that on various occasions, I've had the occurrence at my house where I've seen people walk down my driveway, looking into my backyard. That's about a 30-foot walk from the public sidewalk, or into the side yard and looking over the gate into my backyard. And both of these people appeared to be unhoused, homeless, whatever you want to refer to them as. And I went out and spoke with them and said, you need to get off my property. You're trespassing. And one of them responded, well, you're being rude. And my response was, you haven't seen rude yet. Please get yourself off of my property. And I know other people around the city are having the same thing occur. And I can give you any number of people that have said this. So for someone to make the wild claim that I don't like people because they're homeless really is not true. I have trouble with people that trespass on other people's property. Recently, the police department encountered I believe it was a gentleman down off of Woolley and Mercantile, somewhere in that area, living in a tent with a couple of weapons and a large amount of narcotics. And someone may say, well, he's living in a tent, he's homeless. No, he's a narcotics dealer that's armed, that's living in a tent where he shouldn't be. That's a criminal act. I have a problem with that. I don't begrudge people for being homeless. People fall on hard times, and I realize that. People have other demons they need to deal with, be it alcohol, drugs, mental health issues, or whatever. And if we can get them into a program, we should be doing that. And I know that the homeless liaison officers in this city try and make those connections with the homeless or the unhoused people to get them into programs that would benefit them. But it's a two-way street. We provide them the direction. They have to follow the directions to get there. So because we're looking at this ordinance, doesn't mean this is going to be the first way we're going to deal with every homeless person we run into. It's not. This is, as the city attorney said, another tool in the toolbox to deal with this issue. We want people to get better. And there's any number of ways to do that. There's an old talk or an old concept in law enforcement about the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law. And you look at what you want to accomplish in a particular area or with a particular group of people or whatever, and if you can accomplish it through non-citation methods or non-arrest methods, that's the spirit of the law. You don't have to write a ticket. You don't have to arrest people. We understand that. But it's nice to have some sort of tool that if all else fails, there's something else you can do. And this is true of any segment of society. And if you look across our societies throughout the world, you will see different levels within those societies. Some people that are doing okay, some people that are struggling, some people that might be homeless, some people that are involved criminally. And that happens across all different groups of people. And I remember having a discussion with a friend of mine many, many years ago who told me that you've lost your sympathy with the homeless. And I said, I haven't lost my sympathy. I've lost my patience with some of them, not all of them. And I treat each person as an individual until I can really decide which way I need to deal with it. And there's been times where I've bought people. My wife and I were going to somewhere in Nevada, and we stopped at a In-N-Out or Barstow, and I went to the restaurant. I came back, my wife's talking to a gentleman at the table. He just walked up and sat down. And he was talking and having a good conversation. I asked my wife, who's your friend? And she goes, I don't know, he just sat down. He says he's hungry. So I asked the guy, are you hungry? And he says, yeah, I haven't eaten in a couple of days. I go, okay, let me get you something. And I walked up to the cashier. I got a French fries and a hamburger for him. I walked back and gave him the receipt. I go, here, when they call your number, go up and get your food. And he looks at it, and the first words out of his mouth were, what, no Coke? And I'm thinking, okay, I'll buy you a Coke. But, I don't mind doing that, but sometimes it can be a little bit frustrating to deal with different groups of people. And every person is going to react a little bit differently. This is nothing more than one more tool in our toolbox, but it's not the only tool in our toolbox. but it's something that needs to be, available to the homeless liaison officers to deal with folks that are struggling. And, I'm going to support this. I don't have a problem with this concept in any way, shape, or form. But I also firmly believe that we as a city need to be doing what we can. That's why we're building a 5-story building across the street to ultimately offer those services. In the interim, we're offering those services at the old Armory at 2nd and K. And every day when I drive through there, because I live a couple blocks away, and I go to Vaughn's, there are people who sit right outside but choose not to use the services of the Armory. And that's their choice. I don't have a problem with that either. That's freedom of choice. I don't want to put people in jail, but I want them to be respectful of other people's property rights. And it's a two-way street, as I said earlier. So I will support this. It's not my preferred option to do it, but we need to have some options available where instead of allowing people just to go in and homestead other people's property without their approval or participation or anything else, in my humble opinion, is wrong. And if those folks need someplace to live or stay, if they reach out to us, we will do everything we can to accommodate that. But there are going to be some groups within our society that aren't interested in anything except doing what they want to do and infringe on other people's rights. And I have a huge problem with that. So, thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Mayor. I'll
Mayor
step down
Protem.
from my soapbox.
So the item here is introduction of an ordinance amending City Code 7-319, adding public areas to regulations on camping. And we have two items, is that the approve the first reading of title only and waiving it for the reading, and also number two, that's exempt on sequa.
Mayor, if there's no discussion from the council, I'll move the recommended action.
Okay,
I'll
first
second it.
First by Karan, Councilman Turan, second by Perrella. Please vote. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Motion carries 7-0.
Mayor, may I ask if those maps they be put on the city's website or attached to the staff report that went with this item? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next item is Housing Department. And Councilman Basua.
I am going to recuse myself from anything that has to do with the Housing Authority, even if anything that has to do with the Housing Department. How's that?
Yes,
I have been informed by HUD that there might be a conflict of interest because I do hold the hat of the executive director at my agency, and it might be a conflict of interest for me to do any business when it comes to the Housing Authority at this city. So until we can figure that out, I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself.
So we have four items, 4, 5, and 6.
Yes.
And so you're recusing yourself from 4, 5, and 6.
Yes.
Okay. We'll go ahead and we'll.
That's what I said, but can we do item 7 so I can go home?
Okay, here we go. Okay, so Councilman Basu is recusing herself, so we go item 4, Housing Department Downtown Oxnard Improvement Association Annual Update. Recommendation of City Council receive and file the fiscal year 23-24 annual update and presentation of the Oxnard Downtown District. This did not originate in committee. The presentation is going to be live by the Downtown Improvement Association members' request. Mr.
Thank you. So yeah, the DOYA staff is going to offer the presentation. I just wanted to introduce the item. This is an annual report, and there's an item right after this item that is going in conjunction. Just for the sake of introduction, first of all, I do sit on the DOYA board, and so there is that matter of disclosure. There is quite a bit of activity that DOYA has undertook in the past year, and I know that Abel and his staff is going to offer a complete presentation. I will be here to offer any answers to any questions you may have. Abel?
Thank you. Mr. Magana?
Just a clarification.
Go ahead.
Is that a problem, City Attorney?
For a conflict of interest? Because he
No,
sits on the. No,
it's
okay.
an unpaid position.
Okay, thank you.
Related to his service.
Okay. Abel?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and esteemed staff. My name is Abel Magana. I am the Executive Director for the Downtown Improvement Association. At first, I've had the pleasure to come before you in years past, present our annual update, the accomplishments, and the impact of our programs. I say it's my pleasure, but I think this maybe not necessarily yours. So this year we thought.
Can I interrupt for 2 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. Go ahead, Abel.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to this year actually turn it over to our board chair, and I'll be here just to be able to answer any questions specifically for me. And also because we're a team and we want to support each other. And also with that, I also want to acknowledge other members of the team here today in the audience. I want my board members to please stand up. And my staff person, program coordinator, Sarah Morales too. These are all people who are vested in the downtown, want to see it get better, even at this late hour here, just like yourselves.
And thank you
because
for
they
staying
care.
so late too. Thank you to all the board members.
Thank you, and I'll just turn it over to Angela.
Handel?
Good evening. This is my other hat. I want to we have a slideshow.
Oh, here we go.
That's a year in review. So about the P-bid. Oh, thank you. Do I just press the big button? No? Yes. Thank you. So we are a property and business improvement district, and we provide enhancements in the form of cleaning, security, streetscape, beautification, marketing, and business advocacy. Like a small mall management or an HOA, we do real estate, we get real estate property, we are assessed and we pay a tax to provide these services to the businesses and the property owners and the city in the downtown. And the city also, because the city owns property, contributes to this, to the P-bid. The P-bid special benefit zone, we are 40 city blocks, 400 parcels, 200 different property owners. We have over 325 merchants, and we are walkable. I do it all the time. The organization is managed by the Downtown Improvement District Association. We are a public benefit nonprofit. We are board invested of owners and community members. I am not a property owner in the downtown. I do own a business in the downtown, and I have family that owns property in the downtown. We have only 2 hired staff. So with all the things that we do, it is mostly done with Abel and Sarah, our 2 staff, and our volunteer board members. We do hire out, though. We subcontract out the district maintenance, and oops, I went the wrong way. So this year, our maintenance, our ambassadors for the downtown, you see them in the blue vests walking around with their carts and their brooms cleaning up. They picked up 53 and 854 pounds of litter. That's just people being irresponsible or the seagulls getting into the trash cans. We also cleaned up 3,394 tags. That includes stickers and graffiti. We pressure washed 121 blocks. We outreached to the homeless 229 times. And we gave visitor directions 879 times. So when people ask for a direction from our group, these are the guys out there to help you and give you a hand and answer any questions that you may have, like where to get the best tacos, where to get the best coffee, where to get your dry cleaning done. Ooh, well, for me, that's Tacos El Diablo because it's 3 buildings down. District safety. We hire security a security company to help you feel safe in the downtown. And the district of safety crew interacted with people 2,759 times if they were trespassing, exhibiting antisocial behavior, and then they dispatched to the police department if they can't handle it within themselves. We had 1,956 hours of security patrols. I asked for an increase, but I missed the budget cycle. And we also had 1,192 calls for service and 404 street light outage and repairs. The street outage in the downtown is a big issue right now, and you're probably going to hear something about it soon. The district identity. This is a fun one. So we have a large social media presence, and we reach 312,000 people. We have 10,300 Instagram followers, 8,800 Facebook fans, and 20,000 people that come and check out our website. And Abel wrote 34,000 emails. So, placemaking. This is how we make downtown fun. We've had a lot of different special events, and with over 10,000 attendees in the downtown, the city does this through great festivals. We do different festivals, and so do other nonprofits. So anything that you see going on in Plaza Park, Heritage Square, come join, come play. It's a good time to be had by all. We have also decorated 12 utility boxes. We're trying to really help with our local artists to encourage art in the downtown. We have we're working to green and beautify the downtown through promoting the planters being redone and use proper plants so that they can last and are a little bit less impacted by people who like to destroy them. This is a nice way to say this. And then we also decorate for Christmas or the holidays, I should say, with all the bows and decorations that you saw this past December, along with the tree lighting ceremony and the pagoda.
Councilor Turan?
Is it okay if I ask a quick question, Ms. Whitecomb? Or would
Yes, no, it's fine.
I just noticed the third point or the fourth point on your slide here regarding the decorations, and you included civic pride. I have noticed the graduates of Oxnard College there the last couple of years, and I just wanted to thank you as the downtown folks for partnering with Oxnard College on that to highlight our folks who have elected to move forward with their education at that level. I am one of those people who didn't know what I wanted to do after high school, and probably later in adulthood would have gone back to Oxnard College anyways. Actually, I did, because there were other classes I took later. But I just fully appreciate you working and partnering with our local community college to highlight those accomplishments, because some of those folks, perhaps they did not complete high school, or maybe this is their time now after a break from education to return to academics, and to have that accomplishment highlighted for the community really means a lot. And so I wanted to thank you for that. It's great. And anyone who hasn't seen them, come to downtown so you can see those banners. They're all over.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Councilor Perella, you want to ask a question before we continue?
Yes.
With respect to the slide that Councilman Turan's talking about.
Mike.
With respect to the slide Councilman Turan's talking about, a neighboring city, Santa Paula, they put signs up to honor veterans. They put signs up, somebody graduates, somebody gets married, but I believe there's a price. And I know that during the Christmas time, it's been shared with members of your body that potentially businesses would advertise or pay for those signs. I hope you investigate that. Don't need an answer now, but I hope you investigate that, because everybody's always begging for money. Thank you.
But let me ask an additional thing. You mentioned the tree lighting program. That, we have hundreds of people, in fact, a couple of thousand people that attend every single year. And just to see the kids, when we light up those trees, it's just phenomenal. I think that's one of the best things, not the best thing, one of the good things that the downtowners do. So I commend you for that. And Mr. Balum, I think, is probably responsible for that. But the tree lighting program it's just phenomenal. So I wanna
Yes,
thank you for that.
it's definitely a big source of pride. Also, last year we had an amazing Dia de los Muertos event,
Exactly right.
and I have never seen so much beauty in the downtown with all the Catrinas and the different art events going on. Teatros de las Americas was putting on a bilingual program at the same time. We have a lot of talent in the city, and the downtown really wants to show them off.
And the Christmas parade, you know what, I'm not sure what happened last time.
That's a lot of work.
But Christmas parade, yeah, several thousand people
Yeah.
show up for that, which is really phenomenal and it's good for downtown.
It is good for downtown, and the Tamale Festival is wonderful
Exactly.
things because we capture that audience.
Exactly right. Thank you. Go ahead and continue.
So we also provide business support. We do a merchant cafe hour, and we try to do permit assistance. I could really ask the city to help us with that because the permit process, as everyone's aware, is challenging due to many factors within the city that not everybody has control over. But any help that we can get with speeding up this process would be most appreciated. And then also we do issue resolution, business referrals, site selection, and assistance. I just spent 2 days helping one of our property owners and working with the city because the ficus trees on 6th Street they have lovely roots. Then we had a drought, and they went in search of water because it wasn't abundant in years past, and it's clogged up their sewer lines. And so I was able to go in and work with the city and let them know, hey, no, the problem's not within the city line, but it's actually the tree roots have gone into your property line, and that's why you're having the problems that you're having. So these are some of the things that we do. We try to just find solutions, not point fingers, but say, what's the problem and how can we help you fix it? So we are also working with land use and development. There's a lot of things going on in the downtown. I have not seen construction going on in the downtown, I don't know, in my 30 years of living here as much as what's been happening lately. We have $88 million in new construction, over 700 new housing units proposed, 14,300 square feet of commercial space planned, and 3 retail cannabis to open. I don't know if you guys read the newspaper today with cannabis, but our president has issued a study to make it a Schedule III drug. Just FYI.
Thank you.
So we have a to-do list. We want to renew, we want to expand, we want to complete all of our ARPA projects, which is bringing more fun things into the downtown and making us accessible. We want to increase the art programming. We want to be known as the arts hub of Oxnard. So if you're an artist in Oxnard, we want to be the place that you want to hang out, be at, and create an environment where you can thrive and be inspired by each other. We want to grow with fundraising and grants. We want to increase communication between ourselves and the city council and the merchants. Just be really accessible to everyone. So if there's anything, there's a need or an idea, we want to be there to make that happen. And we want to engage more volunteers. I don't know if you've noticed anything about me as a volunteer, but I keep waving that flag saying, please come out and help your city. Please get involved. What's your passion? We'll find a spot for you. And so I think we as a city can really improve in this area and inspire people and just let them know they're wanted, they're needed, and they're valued. So
Thank you.
I have a really cool little, can you guys play the video? Diego, please play the video. It's short, I promise. Uh-oh. Can we have sound? Okay.
It's worth 1,000 words, just the photos.
Is this online? This is on our website. It is on our website, so if you
Okay,
want to,
good, good.
in our YouTube page.
Oh, there it is.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The City of Festivals, thank you so much. Abel, any closing,
Just again.
Ah.
Is that me? No, that was me. I wanted to acknowledge the full board, though, those that couldn't be here tonight, too. It's a very diverse board that represents all the cross-section of the district, both geographically and by skill sets and what they contribute, and really hard-working group. You know, I've been here for a while, and this is the best group that I've ever had the pleasure to work for, the honor to work for with these folks. And we're looking forward to bigger and better things going forward. Thank you very much for the city's support, too.
Excellent presentation, very, very good. Thank you so much. So this is a receive and file, and thank you again so much for. Question?
Thank you very much. I appreciate the report. I have one question. I serve on the Ventura Regional Sanitation District, and I'm an alternate on the Fox Canyon Groundwater District. And there's a lot of concern about potentially pollutants and various things getting into water, stormwater. I know the other day when I came to my office, I got there early to get some stuff, 5 o'clock, and there was human waste by the back door. And that's taken care of. And I know it happens throughout the city of Oxnard. And I'm seeing here we have civil sidewalks, committee chair, budget $311,000. And I'm gonna read it, this paragraph. The purpose of Civic Sidewalks Committee is to assure the property within the district boundaries is, quote, clean and safe. The budget allocation of 58% reflects the maintaining an environmental and fosters businesses and community activation in the downtown is a priority. The Civic Sidewalks Committee oversees the contract with district maintenance services to provide daily cleaning of public places. These services include sidewalk sweeping, steam cleaning, maintaining sidewalk perimeter, graffiti abatement, and visitor assistance. My question, it's a little bit, not pleasant, but when we steam clean and wash the sidewalks with human waste, it goes into the storm drain. Storm drains don't go to the sewer plant, they go to the beach. What do we do to make sure that we're not gonna get your organization or the city popped for polluting storm drains and the beach?
Councilman Pearl, it's in the technique that they use to abate the human waste or the bio waste. It's first picking it up they throw like kitty litter essentially on it and gather it up onto a dustpan, and then the pressure washing comes later. It's not that the pressure washer is hitting directly and throwing all of that into the storm drains.
So you feel comfortable in assuring us that it's not gonna be a problem for our city or your organization?
I do. We do as much as we can to prevent that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and Abel, I'd also like to commend you because I see a lot of the ladies and gentlemen with little scoopers, cleaning up every single morning, which I think is really great.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you for
Mayor.
that. Thank you. Okay, so this is a receive and file. Thank you for the presentation. Now we're going to go into the next item.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
This is just a hunch, but I don't think we're gonna be out of here by 10. So we should probably entertain a motion to go.
Okay, the motion to continue past 10.
So moved.
So Councilman Perrella first.
I'll second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Please vote. Continue past 10.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Our next item is Housing Department Renewal and Expansion of the Oxnard Downtown Management District. Recommendation of the City Council adopt a resolution of intent want to renew and expand the Oxnard Downtown Management District, ODMD, located in downtown Oxnard, the boundaries of which are approximately First Street on the north to the railroad tracks and Oxnard Boulevard to the east on 8th Street and south on C Street on the west side. And also to levy a collect assessment therein in the amount of $572,250 in fiscal year 24-25, and 3, hold a public hearing on July 2nd, 2024 on said renewal and the levy assessment. This item did not originate in committee, and there was a Measure M presentation, and we do have Emilio Ramirez for any additional questions. Council members, any questions on Mr. Ramirez? Any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
So we need a motion on this item. Moved by Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Second by
Madrigal.
Madrigal. Please vote. Not working. Oh, there it is. Councilman Turan.
Motion carries 5-0-1. Thank you.
Okay. So what we're going to do, we're
And
going to.
just for the record, to reflect, that was with a recusal by
Basua.
Councilwoman Basua, and
Councilman Turan
Councilmember
was.
Turan had stepped away, absent.
Missing in action. Okay.
Yes.
How about the Housing Authority member?
Housing Authority?
It's a housing.
He's not, next one. So what we're going to do, Emilio, we're going to take item number 7, because we have Councilman Basua, then can, we, no?
No, you do you.
So we can let her go home, at least, So we're going to take item number 7, and this is the Public Works Department. And Councilman Basua? Where are you? But we're going to take it now. Okay, there we go, 7. We're going to take 7, so we can. Okay, so this is item number, Councilman Turan. There he is, okay. Okay. The Public Works Department Resolution of Intent for Ordinance Granting Pipeline Renewal. Recommendation, the City Council adopt a resolution of intent, ROI, to set a public hearing to introduce an uncodified ordinance granting the renewal of Grissom California Pipeline LP franchise agreement to operate and maintain a pipeline for the transportation of petroleum products under and along across Harbor Boulevard. The Public Works Department Transportation Committee approved this item 3-0, April the 9th, 2024. And there was a pre-recorded Measure M recordation on this item, and we do have.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Chelsea Ballard. I'm a deputy
Chelsea.
city attorney.
Okay, we have Chelsea. Any speakers on this item?
Yes, Mayor Zaragoza, there's one speaker. I think you have the card.
Oh, we do. Okay, let me see. Who is? Oh, yeah. Chelsea, hold on a second. Yeah, we have Larry Kimps, Kippie. Excuse me for Lenny.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Lanny.
Okay.
Lanny Kippis.
Oh, Lanny, excuse me.
That's okay.
Thank you.
And I am the operations manager, so if you have any questions.
You're going to be available?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, it was approved by the Transportation Committee. Any questions on this item of Lenny? Councilman Perrella?
Yes, I appreciate this item. Ask again, Public Works that went through, is the pipeline in good shape? And when was the last time was it checked?
And I think the director, Lenny, can you tell us?
I mean, I appreciate you being here to answer the question.
Yes, the pipeline is regulated by the state and federal, and it does comply.
So it's in compliance. We shouldn't have to worry. It's in compliance with the state and federal.
Correct.
Okay. And you have the documentation to prove that?
We do.
Thank you. I'm satisfied.
Any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, so we need a motion.
I will move the recommended.
Moved by Basua,
Second.
second by Madrigal. Please vote. So,
Mayor, I'm going to need to take a verbal vote on this item, if that's okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to need to take a verbal vote.
Okay.
Roll call. Vote.
Okay.
Councilmember Basua?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello?
Yes.
Councilmember Turan?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. So Councilman Basua.
Ms. Ballot, thank you very much for your work.
He's got to recuse himself from item 6. Have a good evening. Okay, so, okay, our next item is item 6, this Housing Department, acquisition of real property at 201 South D Street, improve with a 10-unit multi-family development. Recommendation of City Council find that the recommended action does not constitute a project subject to California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 21065, Section 15004B4, and 15378 of the California Environmental Quality Guidelines, Act guidelines. As such, no environmental document pursuant to the California Quality Act is required. 2, and approve the loan to the Housing Authority of the City of Oxnard in the amount not to exceed $3 million from the Community Development Block Grant Fund for acquisition of the improved real property located at 201 South D Street, plus improvements, transaction fees, and related costs, subject to review and approval of the city attorney. The Board of Commissioners, quote, number 1, authorize the Housing Authority of the City of Oxnard to accept a loan from the City of Oxnard in the amount of not to exceed $3 million to finance the acquisition of the improved real property located at 201 South D Street, plus improvements, transaction fees related, and authorize the Executive Director to execute any and all documents necessary to complete this item, subject to the review and approval of the Housing Authority General Counsel. 2, authorize the Housing Authority of the City of Oxnard to enter into the purchase and sale agreement of the acquisition of improved property located at 201 South D Street in the amount not to exceed $2,400,000, subject to an appraisal, and authorize the Executive Director or designee to execute any and all documents necessary to complete the acquisition, including but not limited to the attached purchase of sale agreement, subject to the review and approval of the Housing Authority General Counsel. And that did not originate in committee, and therefore there was a presentation and per Measure M. I pre-recorded, and we do have Mr. Emilio here for any questions asked. We do have some speakers that I'd like to call at this time before we continue. And we do have Miguel Fernandez and also Angela Whitecomb. But before I do that, I just like to have, we had an item on case 6 that says that maybe Ken Rizal can help us out with this. There was a determination that recommendation action for this item constitutes a project subject to the environmental, so CEQA. And it's not subject to CEQA, and apparently that's inaccurate, that there should be a CEQA on it. Can you give us some information before we continue with the?
I'd be happy to do so. The commenter is simply wrong. Basically, the city, or the housing department is proposing to acquire the building, but there is no proposed exterior changes to the building, so that would not affect the historical status of the property. In addition, there is no intention to make any substantial modifications inside the building, but minor maintenance of the building. So under the Public Resources Code, this does not trigger CEQA because it is not a substantial change. It's not going to affect the character of the historic status.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, so then we have a couple of speakers. We'll let come out with Miguel Fernandez, excuse me, and Angela Whitecomb.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. In addition to me sitting on the Parks and Rec Commission, I'm also the current chair of the Ventura County Cultural Heritage Board, which serves as the Oxnard Cultural Heritage Board, which is the body that advises on historic properties and landmarks. And this home, it hasn't been mentioned, but it is the Achille Levy house. It is a landmark. Achille Levy, as in the gentleman who founded and ran the Bank of A. Levy. It doesn't get that much more historic than that. So from a historic preservation standpoint, I do have some thoughts. And thank you, Mr. Deputy City Attorney, for explaining a little bit about the project issue, but that does answer one of my questions. Although there are repairs and potential mitigations that would take place upon acquisition of this house, due to its age and the type of construction that it is, there's a fairly good chance that there might be lead-based paint associated with this property. And if it is present, has it been tested for? Will it be tested for? And if it's found to be there, will the housing authority be allowed to rent out the rooms with the knowledge that there's lead-based paint? It's not saying that there is, just a question. I think it should be addressed. And if it is found to be that there's lead-based paint, what would be the proposed solution for mitigating it? And lead-based paint is something that takes a lot of extensive work. It's very time-consuming and it's super expensive. So my concern would be that if the city went forward and decided that there was an amount there that needed to be mitigated, and typically it is found in items such as the historic windows, trims, doors, door frames, other items like that, siding. These are all very important character-defining features to a landmark. And from a preservation standpoint, we would make sure that we would not want to see that something along the lines of removing them in entirety and replacing them with something that's not historic would be a cheaper alternative to actual removal of the lead-based paint using the proper methodologies. So also just want to make sure that it's done the right way. If the city does acquire the property, there's certain examples of these types of structures in Heritage Square that show an indication of the challenges that are there.
Thank you, sir. Angela?
May I ask a question to the speaker?
Go ahead. Hold on. You have a question. Councilor Perrell.
Thank you very much for, by chance, did you bring this to the attention of the city previously?
I have not. I was only made aware of the issue today that the project was potentially going to be bought by the city.
Okay, I will ask further questions of staff later, but thank you very much for that. Thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Angela Whitecomb.
First, I want to thank you for passing the last one, and now, sorry. 201 South D Street is a historical structure that is protected under the Mills Act. The Mills Act covers both inside and outside of a historical home or building. My concern with the city purchasing the project is the track record that the city has with maintaining historical structures. All of you have, all you have to do is look at the upkeep of the city-owned buildings currently. The buildings at in Heritage Square, owned by the city, have fallen into disrepair, along with the Carnegie and the Pack Auditorium. What guarantees do we have that the maintenance and the historical character will be kept up? Deferred maintenance is a killer of historical structure, usually leading to their demolition. We've lost a lot of historical structures in Oxnard. Downtown Oxnard used to be filled with beautiful, beautiful structures that they were redone. We're trying to preserve as much of that old character as we have. And my biggest concern is that the city's biting off more than they're willing to maintain. It's not that I don't have faith in that the city's gonna do great housing and keep up the best they can. I just don't know if we have the capacity. We're not taking care of things that really vital structures that we have now. How do you prevent this from happening in the future with this home? So that is my question. If I could get a guarantee that this is gonna be maintained and beautiful and upkept, great, do it. I'm all for it. But if it's not something that we can really promise and guarantee to our citizens, then let somebody else do that. Somebody who's willing to carry through with the Mills Act guarantees. I don't know what happens with the Mills Act once the city buys it, because the whole point of the Mills Act is that it's property taxes are reduced so that the home can be kept up. Well, this is going to be taken off the tax roll, so that kind of mitigates that whole funding source. So I'm looking forward to hearing what our housing director has to say and his expertise in this area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we go to the housing director and also the council members, Ken, how about the Mills Act? What concerns do we have there, and then we can have with Emilio to share with us how he's going to take care of the property?
I don't see an impact with the Mills Act because this is already historically designated property. So the city is still required to comply with those requirements, whether there's the Mills Act or not. The Mills Act is beneficial if you are a private party, as Ms. Whitecomb indicated, and that is a way to save money on your taxes so you can maintain the property, but that's irrelevant. We don't pay property taxes, so we still have that obligation, though, to maintain the historic character and status.
Because it's governmental property.
That's correct.
Will be, yeah, okay. Okay, and Mr. Emilio, they talked about maintenance of the property before we go to our council members here.
Thank you, Councilman Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. I understand that the question at issue right now is relative to the historic structure and the maintenance of its character-defining features. Before I answer that question, let me say this. The Housing Department is a part of the city, and as part of the city government and also community, it is important to us that we maintain everything that we own to top quality so that it offers a good for the community, benefit to the community, and then benefit streetscape. So historic or not, we need to make sure that the landscape is nice, that the living conditions are nice, that there are high quality standard, that all those things are met. And if we are not doing that in every property that we own, our office, every apartment complex that we own, then we need to improve that. I believe that we are. I believe that we need to strive for that. And I believe that that is a standard that needs to get met, whether it's historic or not. And so all of the multifamily projects, the properties that we do own are maintained. And in some cases, in large cases, property on Cuesta, property, et cetera, it is by far the nicest property that is on that block. And I'm proud of that. I admit that not all of them are the same level of historic significance as this property is. Second, the fact that it is a historic property and a value to the community is also important to us. It provides a quality living for affordable housing, and that affordable housing the people that live in the affordable housing should be given the same amount of opportunity and respect to live in a high-quality community asset such as this is, and we should be required to maintain it to that high level. I recognize that it is a historic property. It is recognized and it has a lot of features that are important to the history and the community of Oxnard. In terms of experience in my life, I have done various historic preservation projects, not in Oxnard, clearly, although I'm working on a few. But in Riverside County, in the city of Riverside, 3 reconstruction projects, 3 historic preservation projects that I undertook myself. In Coachella, in Palm Springs, Sacramento, that I have undertaken. In the city of Riverside, I was in charge of the historic preservation program for the city the entire time that I worked for the city of Riverside, in addition to being the development director, the director of redevelopment, and et cetera, and undertaking the historic preservation of the Fox Theater, the Cheech Museum, the Camp Banza project, Imperial Lofts, amongst others. So I think that you're looking at a fan of affordable housing, but not only affordable housing, of art and history and culture. And I think it's important for us to recognize that the people that live in affordable housing deserve the same respect. And I can pledge to you that I will ensure the proper maintenance of the historic asset and not allow it to fall to deferred maintenance. For that matter, since this thing has been published, I have gotten maybe 20 different phone calls from planners and et cetera, telling me that I need to be careful about what I'm doing. So I guess to that end, I'll be careful about what I'm doing. We will make sure that we are maintaining the property. Therein lies the reason that we are setting aside an additional $600,000 to ensure that we can be right about the maintenance of the property and improving it in the right way that it is. It is on the open market, and whoever takes it on may or may not be as faithful as the current owner and as faithful as I propose to be.
So, Mr. Ramirez, you're saying that regardless where the property is, whether it's North Oxnard, South Oxnard, wherever, HUD, you have to follow HUD protocol. You have to maintain that property.
We have to follow HUD protocol. Admittedly, HUD protocol is fairly low standard, and I think that I should hold myself and my team to a higher standard, and for that matter, you should. You should hold me to a higher standard than code and then HQS, which is a fairly low standard, and we should perform better than that.
Above and beyond. Thank you. Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the information. I appreciate the speakers on this as well. Mr. Rozelle did give reference to the written comment that was submitted to the city clerk regarding this being a landmark or a designated landmark, and there was reference to its historical value as well. And regarding CEQA, is there a threshold or a type of work that would need to take place that that breaks through the threshold or any threshold that exists that Mr. Rozelle was speaking to, where what we're planning to do, maintenance and other items, doesn't require us to go through that process? But are there certain things we know of, and maybe that's a community development question, that we would do, that maybe we'd find upon purchasing the property that now we have to do extensive work that we didn't anticipate doing that might trigger that?
Absolutely. And should I answer? I don't know if you... I think CEQA is, as you know, an overarching piece of legislation. And so the historic nature of this property is a part of CEQA and how we address it. And so absolutely, at this point, we do not expect to impact any part of the historic significance of the structure such that CEQA is implicated. We have done inspections. We have done inspections of the building, the facade, the roof, the landscape, the systems. None of them appear to be in significant disrepair that need repair. Could we find something out next year? Absolutely. And if we do, we will have to process those repairs in a rightful way. in a conscientious way and in an effort that maintains not only the living conditions of the people that are there, but the historic significance to the community, and we will make sure that do that. At this point, we do not expect to have to undertake anything that is in that regard. We are setting aside an additional amount of money so that we can offer turnover whenever a property turns over units and et cetera. We need to make sure that we do that. I have been in every single one of those units inside that building myself personally. I have seen things that need work. None of which require CEQA analysis. For example, I have to switch out one of the toilets in one of the units. I don't think I need to do a CEQA analysis to undertake that, but I have set aside some money to make sure that those things happen.
Okay, thank you. And two last questions. One is regarding the points that Mr. Fernandez brought up, which I think are important points. Do we have any recent analysis to provide assurance that there isn't lead-based paint used in the property? And if we haven't done that, is that in the plans?
We have done an inspection, and we first of all, we do not have any plan at this point to disturb anything that would expose that condition. Okay, so are there is there old paint? Is there an old window that's there that if we take it out and replace it, that it'll expose something that we have to be concerned about? Probably yes. But everything is in working order, and we do not have an obligation at this point to disturb it and therefore expose that potential of a lead-based paint. If it does exist and that'll happen in the future, windows break and they have to get replaced, then we'll have to do it responsibly. But at this point, the answer is no.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, I want to ask this just so that it's on the record and any members of the public who are wondering can hear, but if this moves forward and the council votes in the affirmative to acquire this property, what will happen to the current tenants who are in place? Are there any needs or plans to displace anyone, or will they remain in place?
They will remain in place until natural turnover occurs, and upon natural turnover, we will make them available to Section 8 participants.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Perrello?
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate the question that was brought up by the member of the public. Thank you again. First, my question for the city attorney, Mr. Fazell. If there is a determination that there's lead and we find something, do we have to do anything with CEQA?
For purposes of tonight, the answer is no. If there is lead paint, if it could expose the inhabitants to issues, then it has to be appropriately remediated. But for purposes of your consideration tonight, what is proposed once we acquire the property does not trigger a CEQA analysis, which would preclude you from making a decision tonight to approve that, if that's the desire to do so.
And I appreciate how the law, you have to walk on a razor's edge. I appreciate that. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay.
Can I offer
Okay.
one?
And I understand you're a lawyer too, so
But this is not a lawyer answer. In furtherance of the answer that Mr. Rosell answered, the inspection did not reveal any need to disturb any paint. There's nothing flaking, there's nothing peeling, there's nothing that requires us to require any remediation. So we've already undertook that inspection. The current owner has been faithful about making sure that he maintained it. So there is not a need for us to disturb that.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'll start from the top. Historic, it means a lot to some people and it doesn't mean much to some people. I'm a council member, it's supposed to mean something to me, and it does, but it's not my highest priority. There has been information brought to my attention tonight that causes me pause. Do we know if any other housing authority properties that we own have lead paint? Properties we have bought, have we investigated that?
So, Councilman, right now, as I stand here today, I do not know of any other properties that have lead-based paint.
Okay, thank you.
There are properties that are old enough that could have lead-based paint in them, but I am not aware of an exposed condition that we have not remediated or taken care of.
Okay. The second point, you made a couple of comments, and they need to be aired. You know, affordable housing, people deserve to live in a quality neighborhood. I agree. Affordable housing, people deserve respect. I agree. But as a council member, going to buy a piece of property, the city of Oxnard should be very cautious about surprises. And I'm thinking of two things specifically. I recall reading some years ago about somebody who rented a place, I believe it was New York. I don't remember the details on how far back. But the kids apparently like to chew on the windowsills. And somebody got sick, and then there was some lead, and then there was a lawsuit, and it went after a whole bunch of money, and there was a big settlement. I don't want to get my city into something like that. The issue that I asked about the CEQA, and I trust the information from the city attorney, highly. But I'm looking at this. If we have people living in there now and we buy it, and they will stay there till potentially they leave, the new people that come in, will we request them to sign a disclosure if there's lead paint? They know it going in? Because I cannot support this unless we do something like that. I don't want some councilman sitting up here going, what the did Perello vote on? And now we're in the midst of a lawsuit because somebody should have known. And it's not personal, because I do understand we have certain amounts of money. We have to use them. There's expiration dates, and we're looking for the best for the city of Oxnard.
Can I
But
share
this
something?
is a landmine in my view.
Most realtors have to come up with disclosures, you know, whether it's a lead paint or whatever, you know, there's disclosures that a realtor has to disclose. And there's a multitude of things. Is that right, Mr. Emilio?
Sir, the number one, we do disclose
That's right.
any condition that the person needs to see. In this case, lead-based paint it is not because it is a historic structure that it has lead-based paint, okay? And so there could be lead-based paint in a structure that was built in 1970 and has not yet been deemed historic. And so we have that obligation in almost every public housing unit that exists in the city of Oxnard. So we do offer that disclosure. And for that matter, if we knowingly have a contamination that is exposed, then we have to cure it. And we have to undertake that cure.
Okay, I'm looking at, I think I've got the numbers right. I'm looking at $3 million. We're going to put $600,000 aside for surprises. If we take the 6 and the 3, my math, I wasn't the brightest kid in school, but it looks like a 2% chance that we could have something with lead that maybe the $600,000 might take care of it. Is $600,000, do you think, enough to remediate if there's lead? And then we have residents that probably would be just as equally happy to sue the city of Oxnard for destroying a historical building. And my fellow council members, do we want to climb into bed with those risks?
Councilman, the possibility that exists is significantly mitigated by the fact that we already did an inspection, and we've already determined that the condition of it is not that it doesn't have exposed lead-based paint. So if the entire building was covered with lead-based paint and we had to remediate it and go forward, then $600,000 may not be enough. But we already undertook the due diligence, did the appraisal, did the inspection, did all those things, and determined that there is not such a need to remediate.
Okay, I appreciate the response. I'll put my cards on the table. I can't support this. I can't support it because it's going into, quote, a nice neighborhood. I sat in that audience when city councils in the past and people didn't want the housing on Gumtree Lane to go in Victoria Estates because Victoria Estates was a nice neighborhood and they didn't want the poor people living there, so they built a tall wall. I sat through that. This is not why I will not support this. I do not want to put my city at risk in this matter. I Have no idea if I'll be successful or not, but I would like to roll the dice for the city of Oxnard. It's something that I feel a little more comfortable with. I don't on this. And again, Mr. Fernandez, I appreciate what you brought up, but I would ask this question of our city staff. With the question that has been brought up, does anybody look to think maybe we go back now and to look specifically, is there lead paint? We come back with a no, there's no lead paint, you got my support on this thing. That's my comments.
Thank you.
There's absolutely no way that I can guarantee that. I mean, in addition to a myriad of other potential things, you know, the way construction occurs today is not the same way that it occurred when this property was built.
My understanding, Councilor Rivera, is any buildings that were built after a certain year, 1976 or whatever, potentially might have that, and it has to be disclosed.
Absolutely.
It doesn't mean that you have to remediate the item, but people need to disclose that item. That's my understanding. I'm not sure if Ken or maybe legal might have something on this item that potentially might.
May I ask a question of you, Mayor?
Yeah, yes,
You
sir.
were in the real estate
Yes, sir.
business. Do all homes that are built prior to that disclose there could be lead-based paint?
Yes, it was a disclosure.
That is a required
A
disclosure?
required disclosure.
Do they test if it's lead-based, or they just
No.
say could have lead-based
Could.
paint? Thank you.
So that's my understanding, but Ken,
That is correct. That's a standard provision in
That's right.
the forms by the California Association of Realtors. So that is, if they're a certain age, that's going to be a disclosure to protect the realtors from any litigation.
that's right, yeah. Thank you. Okay, Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you. Just for starters, anything we vote up here is a risk. Life is a risk, no matter what we do. 15, 20 years down the road, someone could be suing the city for the first decision we made today. And that in itself, you just have to go with it. That's why you were entrusted and elected to use your best judgment. This property was sold in 2010. This property was sold in 2002. Looking at pictures of the property online, it is fairly well kept up. The maintenance of it looks great. The rooms look great. The design and paint on the existing walls looks like it's been modernized. So I know they kept the historic aspect of it, but it looks really clean. One of the speakers did state that the city does have a poor track record on its kept properties, which is, unfortunately true. However, the housing authority, me living so close to one of the properties, is actually very well kept up. Even if it's Felicia Court, or if you go across the city to Squires, they are actually very well maintained. I had not been to Squires in probably close to 25 years, and I went this past month, and it looks really, really nice. It is very well kept up, and I was amazed. So I know the Housing Authority does a great job. I see them working daily, even on weekends, doing what they need to do to keep up to the property. And one, yes, we do need the housing. And two, this is an opportunity for, it might just be for people to live there, but for one family, it might be something that, they look back on 20 years down the road and say that they did live in, Oxnard housing, but look at them now. You have many of those stories. My neighbor talks about his time on Elisa as a kid, and you build that bond. You have people who went on to become professionals who came out from living in Oxnard housing, and they talk very well about their childhood and how well it was, how nice it was to grow up somewhere. And this, not only is it a historic house, it's actually right across from the police department. You are gonna have, 10 families there. You have 10 families there now. And, that in itself goes a long way. I know from hearing the stories multiple times, former mayor talk about going to that market on First Street. These kids will have that opportunity. There's a market right there. Awfully safe for them to shop and do what they need to do. There is many different amenities nearby, so I fully support this. Thank you.
Before I go to Councilman Turan, I just want to share with you that it's been shared that the city does not take care of the properties, but for years and years, we were fighting deferred maintenance on all buildings, and that's one of our priorities that we've had, to potentially take care of the deferred maintenance in all buildings because of lack of funding at the time. So we're trying to catch up with the deferred maintenance, whether it's the Carnegie Building, whether it's the PAC, whether there's other buildings that we own. We're going to get there, but it's going to take some funding. And also, even our streets, we get a lot of litigation in our streets too. So we have a lot of deferred maintenance that we're working on. And believe it or not, I think just the streets alone is going to cost $1 billion just to catch up on deferred maintenance. But we have a lot of deferred maintenance because of lacking of funding that we didn't have in the past. So Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. If any of my colleagues have any questions or anything before, because I already went, I wanted to make that offer before I speak.
Okay. So let me back up a little bit. When we vote on Mr. City Attorney, do we vote as a city council and also as commissioners, or both?
I would advise that you take two separate votes. One as the city council,
And
and
the other
then
one as a
one
commission.
for the Board of Commissioners with
Okay,
the,
that was the question I was going to ask before we.
All right, thank you. Well, I just
Mr.
had a,
Andrade here too.
oh, thank you. Just a quick question, Mr. Ramirez. In the natural attrition of tenants, when a tenant moves out, what are some of the standard things we would need to do as now the, essentially the landlords of this property to prep that unit for a new tenant to move in?
When a person moves out, the maintenance team at the housing department, the housing authority, does an inspection of the unit, of what is left, to determine that things are working. The faucet works, the lights turn on, et cetera, right? And that they meet the housing quality standards that HUD imposes upon housing authorities, and therefore we can turn it over and re-rent it. Oftentimes, that turnover includes cleaning of the unit. Sometimes it gets to the point that the tenant has damaged a variety of different things and we have to repair it. Those damages often, or most often, are limited to having to repaint the inside of it, things like that, clean, things like that. On occasion, significant damages to the unit do occur, and we have to undertake a repair of the unit. We have done that several times, and that oftentimes will require permits of the City Community Development Department, in this case of the process for repairing historic. So for example, if we have to replace a window, that's going to require a review for they make sure that we replace it with the right kind of window with the right character defining features, and we will have to undertake that. Not in every case. The majority of the times it requires turnover and cleaning of the unit. Sometimes we have to replace the toilet, the things like that, the fixtures that have broken off. Those are the most significant, the common things.
Okay, thank you. And just to Councilmember Perello's points regarding the paint, and along the lines of what Councilmember Madrigal said, it appears that there has been updating of the units and of the outside of the structure at some point, or the home, and it seems to me that diligence would have been done at any point in time leading up to that, including any time that a tenant moves out and a tenant moves in, which I would imagine has happened umpteenth times since 2002, which is, looking at when this property was previously sold prior to the last time. And so that being said, I was listening intently with Councilor Perello's questions, and I think there were important points. And as I mentioned, Mr. Fernandez brought up those as well. Councilor Madrigal's statements did kind of help alleviate that for me, as well as what you were saying regarding, this would be a common disclosure anyways if it was built prior to 1976 or whatever the case was. We could be buying a property that's built in 1975 and having the same discussion regarding lead-based paint, it sounds. And so I appreciate all this discussion, and I have kind of weighed back and forth on what this might look like. And I think every aspect of this discussion has made incredibly important points, but we have assurance that if it is found that any of these units or any portion of the home did have lead-based paint or there was some exposure to that, that we would be on the hook to abate that and mitigate it. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Councilman. I mean, it's law. We have to comply with it. We're not going to break the law.
Yeah, I know it's a silly question, but I wanted to have it stated. So we're not going to skirt around it. We're not going to hide it. If it's found, that's what needs to happen. That's what needs to happen.
In addition to which, you should know that, I mean, this is a personal thing, and I know you're not asking for a personal thing, but I'm a huge fan of historic preservation and art and culture and et cetera. And I live a block away from this site. I walk by it every single day. It is important to me that not only affordable housing, not only homelessness and et cetera, but community matters, neighborhood matters. And in this case, I think that we can do good with the community, ensure that it maintains the assets and provide a good housing for our tenants.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Before we,
Yeah,
City Manager?
I just want to add that Mr. Ramirez is not just a fan of these things. He's done these projects. Maybe at a future city manager update, I can show some of the pictures of the work you've done with regard to historical preservation. So we'll do that. Thanks.
Thank you. So our last item, Councilor Perello, and a short addition before we vote.
I could make a motion that provided we make a disclosure, everybody signs in it, that there's lead paint in there, that would be kind of chicken shit on my part. So I believe that this is a risk the city doesn't need to be taking. But I also believe that, Mr. Ramirez, since you've come to this city and worked, you've done first-class work.
Thank you.
And that goes for your staff. I don't know your staff, but I think that goes for you. We've disagreed on certain things. I disagree on this issue because I'm thinking there has got to be somebody looking to cut a fat hog, and that hog would be the city of Oxnard, if they could sue us. We've had instances like that recently. We should never run, as someone has told me a long time ago, you shouldn't live in fear. But I'm looking at this, and that's why I can't support this matter. And if I were to go another way and try to wiggle around, that doesn't say much about me.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Again,
Councilman.
I appreciate your work on this. I do think I would never have asked a question about lead paint if the gentleman hadn't asked. I think in the future, that's something that when we do bring something to the city of Oxnard, we address it up front. Thank you.
Thank you. So to the city council, then we have two items. We're going to city council first. The item is that to find that the does not constitute CEQA, this 201 South D Street, and also that we approve a loan of $3 million from CDBG funding for the Housing Authority. Two items. So we need a motion. Moved by Councilman Mayor Pro Tem, second by Madrigal. Please vote.
Mayor, I will do a verbal
Okay.
roll call for these
Okay, go
two
ahead.
items.
Go ahead. This is for city council, okay?
Correct. So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald. Who was the second, please?
Madrigal.
Madrigal.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perello? No. Councilmember Turan?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald? Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-1.
Thank you. Our second item is from the Board of Commissioners. Again, authorize that the Housing Authority of the City of Oxnard accept the loan from the City of Oxnard in the amount not to exceed $3 million for the acquisition of the property at 201 South B Street. And second, authorize the Housing Authority of the City of Oxnard to enter the purchase of the property at 201 South D Street not to exceed $2,400,000. We have a motion on this item. And we do have our Commissioner too with us today. Commissioners,
I will move the item.
moved by Councilman Turan,
Second.
second by Madrigal, or Valenzuela, second by Valenzuela.
Okay.
Roll call.
Mayor, I have a motion by Councilmember Turan, a second by Councilmember Valenzuela. Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello? This is for the Housing Authority. My apologies. Commissioner Turan?
Yes.
Commissioner Valenzuela?
Aye.
Commissioner McDonald?
Aye.
Commissioner Zaragoza?
Aye.
Commissioner Andrade?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. So that's approved. Okay, so that
Thank
was
you.
the last item.